Okay, I think I'm live now. And I think people can hear me. If there's any problem, just let me know. Okay, so I'm just setting up here. And again, just let me know if there's anything wrong with the audio. And let me make sure my comments are here. Hello, everybody. Okay, let us. I'm trying out new things all the time with this live streaming setup, and you've probably seen in some of my previous live streams, I write down some notes, and what I'm doing this time is those notes are actually now public, and I'll show you the notes so people can read the notes, and who knows, maybe in the future I'll let people contribute to the notes. So hang on. Let me get to the notes. I'm checking the comments briefly. No one's commented yet. Let me actually move the comments somewhere where I can see a little bit better. Okay. So just bear with me as we get set up. Oh, I should tell the people in the Discord that I'm partying here. Let's see. Live now. Okay. So I'm going to bring up, I have everything set up in a OneNote, where I've created a new special account to show you that. It's kind of just free of any personal details, so that we can all, it's sort of a shared account. Let me just get there. Okay. And I'm gonna have to log in and provide some password. Let's see. Let's do that. Check my authenticator app. I kind of, I used to not like authenticating this way, but I have to admit it is simpler than using my password. Though I guess people are switching to, or they wanted to switch to passkeys, which I'm not really familiar with, to be quite honest. And I'm maybe just a bit paranoid about losing passwords and not using passwords. Though I understand that it's supposed to be less secure than passkeys. Or so they say. Oh, hello. Let's put this comment up there. Hello, Continue a Comic. Nice to see you. We're just getting set up here as I get all my resources together so I can show people. And let's see if I can show this notebook. That way people can see what my agenda is. Oh, let's go back to... Sometimes I just think that what is wrong with this thing? You know, it's always one thing or the other with computers, right? Hey, Continue a Comic, I agree with you. I don't mind it so much at HD. I mean, it is quite an interesting device, but and I think it would serve a lot of people. I don't really have any complaints about it, but especially, I draw close to it. Yeah, having something at 1440p would be really distinguish it as, given its price, it's $750. A high resolution would really be welcome. I was actually very surprised that it was HD. Now, I didn't expect 4K because I think it's not useful at 4K at that size, but 1440p right now I think is just a sweet spot for, especially at the 16-inch and below. You notice the resolution bump. You definitely do. Without going, to the complications of 4K. So yeah, I was really hoping that. And I hope, I hope they do a Movink 16 that is 1440p. I would love to see that. Or at least another version of this 13-inch, which is 1440p. Okay, well, it looks like let me double check who I'm here. Unbelievable. Sorry, I am just trying to get to my OneNote that I prepared so carefully. Whoops. That's demo. I'm using another. Let's see. So sorry, it'll take a little bit longer to set up for this stream than I intended. I'm logging into 2 different machines because I have such a complicated setup now. Let's see. There we go. I think this may actually work without me doing too much. One more authentication. Mm-hmm. Maybe if I do it this way, it'll work. I see. Okay, I think I understand what's going on now. Don't worry. I think I understand what's going on. I outsmarted myself. Yes, Continual Comic, it is definitely a tad expensive. I think at $500, at $750, $500, I think would have been a better spot, but Wacom has really been increasing its prices. The 16-inch OLED tablet, the same. Yeah, and it's 4K. Yeah. Though again, I think it's 16. After having used the Canvas 16 Gen 3, 1440p works really well there. Ranger Fade, you think 13-inch 1440p is overkill? Really? Interesting. Well, you know what? I'll take a look again. Let's see if I change my opinion as I get the Movink on this stream. Jerry says, oh yeah, the Sense Labs OLED has the same thing, same pointer lag as the Movink. You know what? We'll test that. How's that? We'll do it live. Okay. Okay, and I think I now figured out my problem here. Koyo, I'm with you. If the Movink was 1440p, then I think it would be more acceptable. It would be, because it would distinguish itself from the competition. That's the problem that I think Wacom has with these. I know it's not a consumer level device, but in the scope of devices that small, it's hard for Wacom to distinguish themselves. I was really surprised the Movink didn't have 1440p. That was one thing. And also, the Movink doesn't come with certain cables. And we'll talk about that actually in this video. Okay, I think now I understand what the problem was. Okay, I'm going to at least show you one of my apps here. So give me a second. So we can start talking about what we're gonna do in this session. Where is my control here? Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can, what is it doing here? Oh, you see a tiny screen, huh? I gotta fix this so it's not doing something crazy. What a silly thing it's doing now. Okay, I'm gonna try that again in a different way. Sorry folks, I gotta get this going so I can show you my content. Sign in. I thought having a dual system for streaming, one where I'm demoing and then one where I'm showing you, when I'm actually, there's a streaming PC, would simplify my life, and actually it's made it somewhat more complex. Let's say that. Okay, I am almost there. I am almost there. I think, okay. Now let me try this. One of these two will work. Hey, do you see the notes? Okay, I think we're actually on the right. We're now in a somewhat stable place to talk about this stuff. My mouse is awfully sluggish, so give me a second. I'm gonna get another mouse because it's irritating me, and I have to sneeze badly. So I'll be right back in just a second. Okay, I am back. I plugged in a mouse to simplify my life a little bit. And just arranging the cables, get it out of my way. Ooh, that's much better. Okay, let me take a look at the comments. And we'll get back to because people really having quite a few comments here. Let's see, Continua Comics says, I'm more sensitive to pixels per inch, so maybe a minority issue. Having said that, so I'll put it here. I can't decide if I'm that sensitive or not. Sometimes I feel like I am, and sometimes I feel like I don't care. What surprised me that 1440p worked well for me when I was using a 22-inch pen display. That was actually quite surprising for me. Ranger Fade says, Wacom seems to hate 1440p for some reason. Yeah, it is a good point. They don't seem to use 1440p. In fact, I can't think of a single 1440p pen display from Wacom. Do I have that right? I don't think they've ever released one. Let's see, what Ranger Fades. I also wish Wacom starts to look at it if it means it can be cheaper alternative if 4K is just too expensive to put in. Yeah, I think 1440p seems to be getting more popular, especially people who are playing games. Again, I've always said it's a great sweet spot. And the other thing that I notice, and I made a big video about anti-glare sparkle. And there are several factors that affect how much anti-glare sparkle there is. Of course, we want minimal amounts of it. But one is the treatment. There are different amounts of sparkle given the anti-glare treatment, which is either etched glass or some kind of anti-glare film. The other thing we found out I found this research paper about it, and it also, the amount of sparkle will go up for a given treatment. It'll go up if you have high PPI. So what I've noticed in general is you'll see more anti-glare sparkle with really high pixels per inch pen displays. Now, Wacom seems to have this more under control than some other tablet manufacturers. So for example, the Wacom Cintiq Pro 16 doesn't have as much. So, but in general, that's another reason why I think 1440p works well at smaller sizes. It's a little less prone to anti-glare sparkle. Let's see, continue comment. I use the 13-inch Canvas Pro at 1440p and it's perfect for me. Yeah, it's a good size. It's a good size. Continue, are you happy with the anti-glare sparkle in that device? Let's see. Yeah, I agree with that, Ranger Fate. Yeah, Pro Pen 2, also a critical feature of the Movink. Continue, you're moving from an old Intuos Pro, the Huion. Can you tell us which Huion? It's the Canvas 13 Pro, I think. And I'm curious what other differences you notice. And Koyo. Yeah, there's some, I think Koyo lives for some from FCC docs. And there's an upcoming change to the 16-inch 2.5K tablet from Wacom. Yeah, this was discussed a little bit also on our Reddit thread. And I think what we saw was there are two models, actually. There's a DTH and a DTK. DTH means there's touch. And I think the question, there's speculation, let's say. Is it a 16-inch Movink? I'm not sure. I don't think you'd have a non-touch Movink. That's why I think it's not a Movink 16. The fact that there's a DTH and a DTK, meaning DTK means non-touch, I would think it may not even be a Cintiq Pro 16. It could be just a Cintiq 16 and not one of the Pro ones. Though I'm really not sure, it could go either way. I'm really curious. And Ranger Fate says, but Wacom as a whole seemed to prefer a slimmed down device, so it could be a Movink. It could be. It could be. I guess I'm really curious about the ergonomics of a Movink 13 at that size, right? Okay, and then a few more comments. Mihao says, is there a place for Cintiq when there's a Movink? That's a key issue. It's hard to place these things, right? I'm not sure how to interpret the Movink. I'll find the slide Wacom has, which talks about how they position the three, but it's not entirely clear how to think about it. Okay, let me get back to the core subject of today's topic, which is the Movink 13. Let's see. How do I do that again? Demo screen 1. Oh, clicking in the wrong place. PC screen. Okay, so first of all, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining me. I know this was kind of a somewhat last-minute stream, but I was just in the mood. I hadn't done anything in a while. And I was working on a project for a video, which I'll talk about in a minute, but it was taking longer. And so I thought I needed to get something and connect with you all. And this was a popular topic, the Movink 13. And so we'll cover the Movink 13, we'll cover some news and some other updates from previous streams that I've had. So the first is, what is today? March the 17th, 2025, which is St. Patrick's Day. And if you're Irish, I guess this is a big day for you. And I actually went on Wikipedia and researched St. Patrick's Day. I'll just go there now. And apparently there is a real St. Patrick. I did not realize that. Patron saint of Ireland. And I guess this day commemorates his death, which is a long time ago. I actually didn't even know it's in 1461, which is wild. I didn't realize it was quite a big distance. So, St. Patrick's Day or the Feast of St. Patrick. Interesting. I don't think I ever looked up what St. Patrick's Day is about. Okay. First, we'll get to the Movink, but there's just some news I want to cover, okay? Clip Studio Paint has a sale. And I just want to talk about the sale because it's a pretty good sale actually. So let's get there. Let's see, Clip Studio Paint. And what do we see? If we go into the site, so I think last week they released version 4.0. And a week or so ago, I did a stream where I talked about some of the new features. Yeah, there are not that many new features. There's a couple of things I like the new puppet warp. But overall, oops, let me move this out of the way. Not so exciting. I mean, not a major update, but some nice features. So what's interesting though is the sale is pretty dramatic. It's 60% off, and it it actually ends in 15 hours. So I want to make sure to remind you, this is a great opportunity to try Clip Studio Paint. And let me just go over what is offered here. Okay. So there's two versions, Pro and EX. The vast majority of you only need Pro, which doesn't cost that much, okay? EX adds some features like animation, a timeline, and multi-page documents. And there's some other things as well, but really 99% of you would just use Pro, and that's fine for you. That's what I use. Okay, so let's just go over. Clip Studio Paint has a rather strange licensing model, okay? So to keep it simple, I'll say they have subscription-based, and they have perpetual license-based. And there's a tweak to the perpetual license, which I'll get to in a second. But subscription-wise, you can buy a one-year plan or a perpetual subscription. It's not perpetual subscription. One that goes over, how do you say it? It's just you pay every year, right? And I think the cost for that is like $50 or for Pro. And then you can also buy perpetual licenses. So you buy it and it'll always work. Okay. The only catch is you don't get updates. You have to pay a separate license if you want these updates. To be honest, the updates won't add much. So what I have done is I actually have two subscriptions to Clip Studio Paint because I have so many PCs to test drawing tablets. I need two subscriptions. And I actually, I have so many devices that it would start adding up to a lot of money. So when 4.0 came out, I bought several perpetual licenses, okay? And the perpetual license cost is only $23 US. I realize that's still expensive for some of you, but if you want to play around with Clip Studio Paint, and it's the full version, and this is a perpetual license, you won't get future updates, but that's fine. They don't update it that often. They're not adding that many features. So it's a really good deal. I want to make sure you know about it because you got 15 hours to make this happen. So if you're curious about Clip Studio Paint, especially if you're doing things like manga or anything line art, it can be used for much more, but it's really strong in that area. So just make sure you are aware of this. And let me just take a quick look at the comments. Yeah, CSP is fantastic. I really want to do a video, maybe I'll do it next week, where I just talk about how much I love Clip Studio Paint and how good it is and all the features I like, okay? Because it is fantastic. And the thing that I would say that makes it fantastic, just to keep it in summary, is, and I realize not all, some other products have these features. I would say it's very obvious Clip Studio Paint knows what people are trying to do when they're drawing, especially in an illustrative style, because the app is optimized to make some of those tasks efficient, and not just efficient in a kind of a one-off way, but it really speeds up your process, okay? Things like vector layers, or the way they support vector layers, it's really interesting. And the way you can correct things after you've drawn them, it knows the kind of pains you have to experience, and it solves those problems. Do I wish it had more features every release? Sure, but it is really, really good. It does take some time to invest to learn how to use all the advantages of it, but I highly recommend it if you're getting into digital art. And Ranger Fade actually suggests get the 1.0 EX and forget about almost everything. You know what? Maybe I should try getting the EX as a perpetual license. I'm really curious. I have always been curious about using those features, so maybe I'll try that. Let's see. Jerry says, I like how CSP makes the currency charge change. Is it charge or change, you mean, Jerry? Fair, which Steam Games did that for Europeans. So I think what you're saying is they charge different prices depending on different regions. Is that what you mean, Jerry? Because that would be nice, because I know it's very expensive in some regions. CSP is good when you want to do manga, but I feel like it's not great for mixed media. It's okay. To be honest, I do use it for some kinds of more naturalistic drawing, but it's no Rebel, and it's no Krita, but it's decent. It's decent, and I have seen people do things with it with a more mixed media style. It's shocking to me, actually. And then G Art, hello G, nice to see you. And I think you're confirming with Jerry, it's CSP gets a different price in different regions. Okay, so let's get back to me again the topics at hand. Okay, so next update for you is about mini PCs. I did a stream on mini PCs. I just want to tell you where I'm at right now. So I considered, let me zoom this in a little bit, okay? A little easier to see, huh? Okay, so what I did was I went through a whole bunch of mini PCs, okay? And here's where I landed. Actually, you know what? I got to add one to this list, don't I? Somehow I can't edit this list, which is silly. Okay, I have another way of editing it, but okay, let me just tell you what I did. I needed to add to that list a Mac Mini, an M4 Mac Mini. So there's actually 4. So I have the Mac Mini, I have this Minis Forum HX99G, and that I've had for about, I think, 2 years. It's been fantastic. The last week I've started gaming with it at 1080p. Nothing crazy. Fallout 4, which I love. And what's the other game I played? Deus Ex, Mankind Divided. Both were just worked incredibly well for me. So it's the most powerful one. And I do art on it as well. But the 2 new ones, or the one I settled on after I did that stream, I thought about it, and I got this Minis Forum UM870. Let me just go ahead and show you what I got here. Look at Amazon, actually. Because I want to show, oh jeez. RNFNL. Okay, and I just want to show you how much I paid for it. Yeah, this is it, okay. And this costs, I think there was a discount, but in the end, this cost $463. And what I got for that was 32 gigabytes of RAM and 1 terabyte of SSD. And so far it's been great. Okay, so I'll do a full video on it, but the goal I was trying to accomplish with this specific mini PC was, can I get to a sub $1,000 setup, which has, good performance, not just barely getting there, but it has to have good performance. It can work with multiple displays. You can connect with one USB-C cable to a pen tablet or to a pen display. It supports up to 3 displays. These are the requirements that it meets. And so far it's done a great job. And 32 gigabytes is a great amount if you're doing especially 2D work. So right now that's something I'm using it. That's one of the perpetual licenses I bought for this machine. So having a good time with this. And then the other one was this Minisforum AI X1 Pro. Let's go ahead and get there. And I'll show you the specific version I bought. Okay, and so the one I have, the one I bought, there's several variants of this, okay? But the key thing is it's very new, unlike the UM870, which is a little bit older, a year or so. 2 USB 4 ports, very important. You know I love USB 4. And I ordered, now there's a big discount on it, okay? So let me show you the exact one I got. It's the AI X1 Pro, and I actually ordered this version. I know it's overkill, but I wanted to use this long term. So this is 96 gigabytes of RAM with 2 terabytes of SSD. So it is overkill. The reason they're having so much RAM is for the AI stuff. I don't care about the AI stuff. I just want more RAM. But with a discount, it only cost me, this is before tax, $1,100. So it's, I would say it's a good deal for $1,000, relatively speaking. You could probably get better in terms of cost, but I think this is good. It's probably not going to be as good for gaming as the Minisforum HX99G that I use. Okay. So let me go back to the questions. Got CSP. Hello, Ink Blaster. Good to see you. Ranger Fade says 96 gigabytes RAM is good for my. Ranger Fade, you actually draw with 10K and 10K layers? I think you're joking about 800 layers, but if you're serious, let me know. Okay, please let me know. I have a lot. It's actually, I wanted to talk to the audience about this today, which is, what do you use for your resolution? Because I just made all my documents 4K, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should go higher. I don't know. Let's see. Meow says, man, my killer software development PC has just 32 gigabytes. Now, 32 gigabytes is a great place to be, let me tell you. I think it's a fantastic amount of memory. And I don't know why I'm obsessed with more memory. I actually have one AMD system, which is built by Puget Sound, terrific company. And it costs a lot of money. And it was like several $1,000s, but it has 128 gigabytes of RAM. Why I decided to do that, I don't know, because I just can't use that much RAM. But I just felt the need for it. And maybe with AI, there'll be some reason. Let's see what Koyo says. I ordered a used Lenovo Legion Go for $571 USD, plan to use it mini PC plus some light gaming. Yeah, that's a good price. Oh, can you just tell us what the specs are, Koyo? I'm really curious. Ranger Fade, oh, you also have 128? Okay. You weren't joking about the number of layers? Ranger Fade, what? I am really curious about 800 layers. And which app you're using that supports 800 layers, or which app you're using that supports 100 layers. I don't think in my history as a human being, and remember I've used drawing tablets since the 90s, like 95. I don't think I have ever gone above 30 layers. And that 30 layers was just like an intermediate state. And then, I collapse it down to like 5, right? So when you get to the 100, you're just messing with my brain. I just cannot even imagine over 100 layers. Let's see, I use 6K by 8K usually. Interesting. I am curious, manga's all done digitally now, right? What size document do they use? Or is there a standard size people recommend for that? I'd just like to know what people in the industry use, because then I think it would set my expectations. I was just thinking about this the other day. Remember I told you I've used tablets for a long time? when I started my tablets, the software I used, the documents were one layer and the resolution was something like 320 by 240 or 280, something like that. So when we talk about 4K or 6K, 8K, it's just blowing my mind, right? That I should be so fortunate to have come from such tiny little resolutions to something so big. Koyo says 10K, 10K. Wow. Wow, I thought I was doing big stuff with 4K, which is what, like 3000 by 2000, something like that. Jerry says 4000 pixels are the limit for you. I have 128, continuous says 128 gigs, but DDR4. But for like absolute resolution to scale down for commercial purpose, 10K is not unheard of. Interesting. Mihao says I have 100, 200 layers in my 8K Krita file for gestures. Wow, you're absolutely blowing my mind away with this. CSP supports 800 layers. That surprises me. That actually surprises me. Usually for any screen you expect to double their size at least during the original work. Okay, I can see the logic behind that actually. And the logic, by logic I mean, when comic books were done by hand, they were originally, they drew them very big, and then I think they reduced them to like a quarter the size, and that's what got printed in a comic book. And I can sort of see the logic and why you'd want that. Guy says, oh, you'll be surprised when you try CSP-EX for animation. I never got to do that 800 layers, but it does get over 30 easily. Okay. Some coloring techniques go for hundreds of layers. Wow. Let's see. Oh, here are the specs from Koyo. Lenovo Legion Go has only 16 gigabytes of RAM, 512 storage, 1440p display, 144 touch display. Oh, that's nice. The battery is the main reason I wanted a handheld. It's a great feature for portable works. Well, that's a great point. You know what? I don't have one of the mini PCs on hand, but you can imagine it, right? I've actually thought about that. Like, it'd be nice for my Mac Mini and my other UM870 to just have a battery, because sometimes I actually want to switch it, like literally move it between desks, right? To take my workstation with me. So I kind of wish laptops, these mini PCs had that kind of laptop battery feature. Let's see, the only exception I see is video or rendering that you do it to scale the screen. Okay, so let's get back to my notes. Sorry, we're taking diversions, as is very normal in this, in my streams. So anyway, yeah, I got the UM870 and I'm gonna get the AI X1 Pro. I ordered it, I don't know what's gonna come in, but I'm very excited about that actually. And I'll give my rundown of how I like them. But I think they're all gonna be very nice, and the Mac Mini is nice as well. I'm gonna include that. The thing I'll say right now though is, it seems like it's pretty easy for $500 or less to get a mini PC that is good enough to do great work, right? And I'm using the UM870 as sort of the existence proof of that. That plus, imagine getting like a Canvas, let's say Canvas 16 Gen 3, which is that $500? You're dealing with a $1,000 workstation, right? That's very portable. So I think it works out very nicely. Okay. And then my other piece of news is Windows Ink. So this is actually why I'm doing the stream, because I was taking too long working on a video about how to configure Windows Ink correctly. Those of you who are users of Macs, you don't realize this problem with Windows users. We have two APIs that talk to the tablet, Windows Ink and WinTab. And I was making this video to go through it, but it's so complicated to explain why some settings work some ways and why some don't. That what was going to take me 2 days has now escalated into 2 weeks of thinking and researching and testing to make sure I get this video right. So that's what I'm working on this week. And I'm also going to be working on the Canvas 16 Gen 3 video and notes as well, because I'm very late for that. Okay, Wacom Movink. Wacom Movink. So the first thing is I do write down all my notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my notes. And let me actually just get there on my main PC, and I'm copy the notes and put it in the chat. Okay. Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about before we get there, which is the, I want to get back here. Is it not here? Maybe it's here. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, what I want to talk about is the Discord. Oh, God, I'm going to sneeze again in a second. Sorry. So there's a Discord for drawing tablets, and I'll paste the link to the notes here in a second. But I do just want to talk about it briefly. Copy link address. I'm going to put the Discord link, the invite link in there. Okay. So what I want to talk about is, hang on a second. I'm actually trying to get to the Discord. And let me just double check if there's anything in there. So this is a drawing tablet server or a drawing tablet server. I invite everyone to join. There's only really a simple set of rules, which is, we do have children there sometimes who are looking to buy drawing tablets or learn digital art. So we got to keep it very friendly for them. And just please, you might encounter someone very young there. So keep that in mind, or, lots of parents are looking here to maybe get suggestions to buy for a child. Got to be kid friendly. Number two, sort of derives from number one. It's got to keep it not safe for work. Got to keep it safe for work. So keep that in mind. Please don't say or post anything which is, again, going to cause problems for children. 3, just be nice. We're just a very decent set of people, and we just want to be nice to each other. Let's just be nice to everybody. And finally, and I know this is very hard for a community, is like, you got to stay on topic. We're really a drawing tablet server, and I think we have low drama overall because we're focused on drawing tablets, we're focused on digital art, and of course technology related to those topics. Like any set of people, we might sort of spend a little, we might have a little discussion that goes a little bit one way or a little bit the other way, but we try to bring it back to the core message. We don't like to get politics involved, etc. And I just think it creates a much more friendly environment for everybody, because we're really just about people being, using drawing tablets, right? So, I think we have a few. Chun Wessels, what display tablet do you think is better, Artist Pro 16 Gen 2 or Canvas 16 Gen 3? Great question. Let me quickly answer it. It is close, but I would say the Canvas 16 Gen 3. Let me tell you why. Before I do that, let me hydrate. Okay, so number one, the Canvas 16 Gen 3, and this is, I think it's slightly better because of this in some way, but you could make the counter argument. It's got a traditional 16:9 aspect ratio. The XP Pen Artist Pro 16 Gen 2 is a 16:10. I like both aspect ratios, but it's just sort of easier to deal with something that's 16:9 because most monitors are 16:9. Okay. The display on both is great. Okay, so they're even there. The Canvas 16 Gen 3 has dials and buttons, 2 dials and like, I think, it's 6 buttons, maybe 8 buttons. And I'm not a button user, and actually, what am I doing? It's right in front of me. The 16 Gen 3 is right in front of me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 buttons. For some people, buttons and dials are important. If they are, this is the tablet to get, okay? Where the Canvas 13 Gen 3 does a better job than the Artist Pro 16 Gen 2 is in 2 ways. XP Pen's current set of digitizers, and I found this in the XP Pen, when you're drawing slow, has a little bit of diagonal wobble. Now, that diagonal wobble, diagonal wobble, at least in this case, and this is the case with many pen displays, it's a problem you can go look for, and you can find it if you're trying to make it happen. If you're normally drawing, you might not even notice it, and if you do notice it, you can add a little smoothing or stabilization and it'll go away. That's an imperfection of that device. I don't think it's a big one. We can take a look at the exact things later if you want. The Canvas 13 Gen 3 doesn't really have that, right? Sorry, Canvas 16 Gen 3 also has a little bit of that wobble. So they both have that same amount, so they're kind of even there, okay? The real advantage of the Canvas 16 Gen 3 is the pen. The pen of the Canvas is the PW600. There's 3 pens in that series, okay? And it has a better pressure range, okay? It has a better IAF a little bit by like 1 gram force. The key thing is the maximum pressure is very high. And the other thing is I have several, I think I have like 5 of these PW600 pens. The pressure curves, the response, not the pressure curve, the pressure response, how they behave is very similar. They have very similar maximum pressure, for example. But the X3 Pro pens are all over the place. They're not bad. Some are good, some are great. But all of the PW600 pens are great. So you see, I would tend to lean toward the Canvas 16 Gen 3. Having said that, I was drawing for many months with the Artist 16 Pro Gen 2, fantastic tablet. The XP Pen was my recommendation for a long time, but right now I would put the 16 from Canvas, the Huion Canvas 16 ahead of it, the Gen 3 model, because of the pen and the buttons. So long answer, but that's where I would stand right now. Okay. Let's see. See, we have NAF. Are you aware of Wacom's new Intuos? Yes. I did a live stream a couple of weeks ago about it, and you may not be aware, but I did order them. I ordered all 3, and then Wacom sent me an email saying, hey, we shouldn't have sold you those. They were incorrectly put for sale, so they canceled my order. And I am just waiting. Every day I check the Wacom store site, and they're still listed as out of stock. But I think they said by March 25th, which is very soon, I should be able to order them. So as soon as I get them in my hands, and I will order all 3, I will do a live stream, we'll unbox it, we'll take a look at it, we'll do some measurements like we're gonna do with the Movink here. But yeah, it was a weird launch. It was a weird launch. They announced it, but no one had any review units, so there are no reviews anywhere. Though we're seeing some reviews come out on the, what's that site called? It's the Chinese equivalent of YouTube, Bilibili. There's like 2 or 3 reviews people have sent me, and I watch them even though I don't understand the language because, I want to see what the tablets are like. So I'll get them and we'll take a look as soon as they arrive. And you raise a good question here. What do we think about the improved digitizer grid? We're not going to know until we touch it. And I'll be honest with you, I struggle to think about what they could improve. The Intuos Pro is so good, it is the best pen tablet ever made. The Intuos Pro 2017 models are still better than any tablets coming out today. So can the new Intuos Pro 2025 be better? it's hard to believe. Let's take a look. I will definitely be measuring, right? And but we'll see. And then how does it compare to Pro Pen 2? I think you're talking about the PW600 pen. The Pro Pen 2 is still on top. It has even greater maximum pressure and even lower initial activation force. So Pro Pen 2 is still, it's the king, right? In fact, I haven't measured my Pro Pen 3s, but I don't think the Pro Pen 3 is any better at all, right? Pro Pen 2 is the king for me. And the PW600, I would still, if the Pro Pen 2 is excellent, the Huion PW600 series is great. So not quite up there, but very, very good. It is Wacom. It is in that level where it's really challenging Wacom. It's an excellent pen. You meant as Pro Pen 3 versus PW6. I haven't measured. Let's just take it on faith. The Pro Pen 3 is at least as good as the Pro Pen 2, so it's going to be excellent, right? At the end, I don't think they change anything but the Pro Pen 3 internally, so I'm expecting the same Pro Pen 2 performance. Okay, so that was the Discord, and now let's get back to the Movink 13. Okay, I have here. Let me get my face in here. Hang on. I have here a bucket. This is it's my bucket of equipment that I'm going to use to test this tablet. First is I have the tablet. It's in this sleeve that's meant for some portable monitor. I didn't want to scratch it up. So here it is, the Wacom Movink 13. And let me get the bucket out of my way. Okay, so just first reaction, let me just tell you this. You would not believe how light this feels, okay? It is shocking. I mean, it just really, I've had this for a couple of months, but it is shocking to touch, okay? It doesn't feel like a tablet I've ever had. The back is metal. It is so light that it just blows your mind. In fact, it just feels, how can I say this? It feels kind of, I don't want to sound like I'm suffering from Wacopium. It feels kind of magical that a pen displays like this, okay? I just wasn't expecting this. So that's a big deal because the second you pick it up, you know it's portable and it feels like a different kind of device, okay? It's, I think, about 6 millimeters. You can't see this. Actually, you can see it. I've got a camera. Theoretically, that shows you things. Give me a second. Oops. Hang on. Why am I not seeing this? I'm trying to get the overhead camera. Let's see if I can do that. Is it not connected? I may have to connect it. Sorry. Give me a moment. Let me just put it on. I'll be right back message just for a second. Let me get this thing, get it going. Okay, let's see if this works now. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's see this. Oh, I think this is actually working. Or well, in a second. Here we go. Overhead works. Okay, let me move my phone out of the way. So this, can you see it? Maybe I have to adjust this a little bit. This is really crazy thin. In fact, actually, let's compare this to a USB cable. Like, that's how thin it is. This other end is too small. Sorry, I'm trying to show you the thickness. A USB cable couldn't physically even get into that, right? There's nothing there. So it is thin, okay? And it feels like a different kind of device, okay? That's what I would say. And it's remarkable, honestly, how thin it looks, okay? Now, there's nothing special about it. It does say Movink on the back, and you can barely, you'd have to shine a light to see. Actually, I have a light. You'd have to shine a light to see like the model number stuff. One more thing, just to make sure everyone sees it. There's a USB cable. There's a port right here, and there's a button here for the OSD and to turn it on. There's another USB-C on the other side, another button. And one more thing. This is going to be impossible to see. Okay. Okay. Let me zoom in because it's so crazy how impossible this is to see. Okay. The button's right here. Do you see it? Do you see right now? There's a little circle squircle thing there. I think it's called a squirrel. Squirrel? There's a name for this kind of rectangle circle thing. Do you see it? A little button there? There's a touch sensitive button there. You cannot see it at all, but it's in the same physical, it's just across the physical button, okay? And on the other side, again, it's so hard to see. There, you see it? The little rectangle? The button is here, and then here's the little touch there. Okay, I'm gonna show what that is. I didn't know that even existed until I saw a review of it. We'll talk about what those buttons do. Okay, so when Wacom gives you this, they give you one cable, and it's one of those USB full-featured cables. And let me just go ahead and just prove to you it works, okay? So I have to go to my bucket. And now I'm not using Wacom's cable, okay? I am using my favorite Cable Matters cable. It's a Thunderbolt 3 cable, and I use these a lot whenever I can because I know what they are, and they're labeled. You can't see, they actually have a Thunderbolt, and it says Thunderbolt, does it say 3? No, it doesn't have 3 on it, but it is Thunderbolt 3. And I'm going to plug this into my Mac Mini. And I'll show you what happens. You can use any Thunderbolt cable or the cable they provide. And nothing's going to happen. There we go. Okay, so this means getting enough power. And there we go. You actually see the Discord. We're actually at the live stream chat. Okay, and then let me just give you my initial reactions here. This looks great, right? It's hard to say this over, or it's hard to communicate this over the channel, the stream, but the blacks are it's really dark when it gets black, as OLED should be. Everything is very crisp. And how can I say this? I know you can't see this so clearly. Everything's very crisp and it just looks perfect. But we'll talk about a few things you should notice with OLED displays, etc. Now, okay, so let's go over and just talk about the features. And actually, let me look at chat here real quick. The thinness is all thanks to OLED. Sense Labs is thin too. Okay, Now that you said that continual comic, let me show you something, okay? So I'm going to pause because I need to bring something, and you know exactly what I'm going to bring over. Okay, I am back. This is the Sense Labs Pen Display 16. Okay, now let's see if I can show you both of them together. I may have to rotate them a little bit. Let's get them on screen. So that's a physical size. Okay, let me. There we go. Okay. Now, but wait and watch this. I'm going to unplug the Movink and switch to the overhead. I want to show you how thin this is, how to compare them. Okay. Can you see the difference? I'll put these at the same height. Can you see the difference in the thinness? Maybe I'll shine a light there or something to make it more clear. You see? The SenseLab Pen Display 16 is not as thin as the Movink. Not close, right? In fact, probably the Movink, even the thickest part of the Movink, the SenseLabs is kind of an even width. It's not quite twice as thick as the thickest part of the Movink, right? So it's a big difference. Now I want to be fair here. I don't think SenseLabs literally has said, hey, I don't think they're competing in a sense. Like, I don't think the Pen Display 16 was advertised as a super portable monitor or pen display. It is, and it's not especially light either. I got to tell you, it feels as heavy as my other 16-inch pen displays, right? In fact, it's actually a bit bigger in terms of physical size than the Huion Canvas 16 Gen 3. Okay? And we can talk more about that a bit. We can do some testing. I think someone wanted to see lag. We'll do that a little bit later. Let's see. We have a few questions I want to get to. How's the text? I found it very crisp, and I will talk about that continuing. I'm not sure about calibration. I bought this calibrating tool. I'm not sure it works on OLEDs though. I think you mentioned that. Yeah, maybe one of the versions do, but I don't think it works on this one. And let's see. G Art says, I've been using a 19-inch older Huion and have been thinking, will I feel too much of a difference with 16-inch pen display? I think my thinking on this is, there's a little bit of a difference, but it's not as much as you might feel. You will feel like it's smaller for sure, but like it didn't bother to me too much to switch from a Huion Canvas 19 to the Canvas 16 Gen 3. All 16-inch screen displays are always portable-ish. That's true. That's true. They're all, in some sense, portable. Nothing is coming close to the Movink feeling, okay? And could I compare the crispness between the two? Yeah, we will absolutely do that, Continua. Okay, now let me get back to my other screen. And screen one, yeah. So I pasted my notes here in the, excuse me. And what I wanted to show you is that, I'll just read out the summary, right? It's a great pen display, and I would say the drawing experience is excellent, and I expect, of course it is, right? It uses the Pro Pen 3, it's compatible with Pro Pen 2. It's compatible with some other pens, which we'll explore. I love the colors of the screen, and it's a crazy thin and light thing, right? It is truly kind of a different category in terms of pen display. Okay, and I would say my summary of this is, it's an easy recommendation if it's what, you know, if you need what it offers. If you're looking for a great 13-inch pen display from Wacom, it's great. If you're looking for something portable, it's great, right? I would say you should get it if you really want portability, or you really just want a 13-inch from Wacom. Because I think at $750, it's a lot to ask for an HD pen display, to be quite honest, right? So unless you really have to have this thin and light thing, you know, I think there are probably better choices economically. One more thing that I don't mention in my notes, which is hard to explain, I'll try to convey it here. It makes, this sounds so silly when I say it, it makes me want to use it in ways I hadn't expected because it's so thin and light. So I'll give you a perfect example. Let me just grab a random pen somewhere, if I have one. Where are my pens? Oh, there they are. They're right in front of me. Okay. I actually end up, and I don't do this with any other display, by the way, right? Let me switch to my face here. Okay. I actually bring it up to my face a lot. I won't do it in stream for you, but like, you know how you take your iPad and you read something and you bring the iPad up? I do that with this device. And in fact, I've lifted it up and drawn things, like holding, right? You see what I'm doing here, right? I would never do that with a normal pen display because they're too heavy. And so that was very interesting to me that the way I related to the device changed. Another thing that I discovered is, again, maybe it's just me, but when things are light, I sort of, how can I say it? I treat them as weirdly more durable than they are. So for example, in front of me I have a Canvas 16 Gen 3 and I have this Movink 13. If I wanted to move my Canvas 13 Gen 3, let's say it's turned off, and I want to put it somewhere on my bed, I would probably carefully lay it down on the bed. But this thing is so light, I have done this, and I'm not recommending it. This was silly of me. I tend to kind of throw it into the bed, right? I'm not recommending that, but it is kind of durable. So again, it just makes you think of it as a different kind of device. Okay. Let's see, a few more comments here. How does the Sense Labs pen compare to Pro Pen 3? We can cover that. I can talk about the Sense Labs pen compared to the Pro Pen 2, which is basically the same thing. It's a pretty good pen. I've only measured, I think, one or two of them, but we'll see the data I have, okay? Let's see. Koyo, yeah, it works with a single USB cable. I literally just did that. And it does work with a single USB cable. As long as your USB-C cable meets the requirements and the port meets the requirements, it'll work. In fact, that's just what I did. I'll demonstrate that for you again. Just so it's totally, so where is it? Oh, camera's not above me anymore. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit. Here it is, and I'm gonna plug in the USB-C cable, the Thunderbolt 3 cable, and let's give it a second. Wacom logo, and yay, there's our Discord, right? And touch is off. So just like that, it works. And we will talk about the 3-in-1 cable situation also, okay? Ooh, let's see. Koyo has another comment. Please help me check that it supports USB 3.2 rather than Thunderbolt or USB 4. Whew, I don't know how to check, Koyo. What would I look for to verify that? Because I couldn't find anything on the Wacom site that really talked about it. So if you can help me understand that, that would be actually amazing. 1 second. Wacom Center crashed on me. Okay. Okay. And we'll talk about touch and everything. So let me go back to the demo screen 1. Okay. So, oh gosh, it messed up my display. Okay, hang on. Plugging it in changed the order of my displays, so I have to do something a little bit funny here. Oops. I don't know how I just made that appear. We'll fix that in a second. So, I gotta tell you, it's so confusing because I'm holding this display. I've got 3 displays in front of me from one PC and then 2 other displays. So there are 6 displays in front of me, and it's mind-boggling which mouse is controlling which display right now. Let's see, what did I want to show you? Oh, I need to fix something. That's right, I need to fix my screens. System settings, displays. Because it got really confused by what just happened. Okay, I think I'm in a better place now. Or am I? No, not quite. Whew, okay, whew, emergency. Yeah, when I plugged it in, it just got totally messed up with which display was going where, so the mouse wasn't moving correctly. Okay, let me take another hydration break. And Koyo asks, can I try it with the laptop USB-C? Yeah, I'll do that, and we'll do that in the stream. Absolutely, Koyo. And yes, Continua, the 1080p res must be easy to draw. Yeah, absolutely. And this Thunderbolt 3 cable will do, 1080p, 1440p, and 4K, of course. And Ranger says the cable can support up to 8K. I think that, what was I going to say? I think that is true. I just don't have any 8K displays, right? So I'm not sure how to do it. Okay, next I want to talk about was the pen. Okay, the Wacom Pro Pen 3. So I'm going to go to my page for this, right? So this is the pen it comes with, and I'll bring out the pen in a minute. But it looks like this, or you can remove that thing and keep it thin. And I'll just share some basic notes on it. First of all, the pressure response was pretty good. It was excellent, which is what we expect for a Wacom Pro Pen. There's nothing outrageous about it. So great pressure range, excellent pressure range, excellent initial activation force. Now this is actually how I configure my pen, right? So here are all the pieces. So just make sure everyone understands. The pen you get with the Movink is actually a slightly different pen, by the way. But the standard Pro Pen 3 is like this. You get this, this is the base sort of what do you call it, pen body. You can have you can have buttons with there's a little thing here with 3 buttons you plug in, or you can have no buttons if you want. And then you can put this weight in there if you want to give it a little extra heft, which is what I do. And then you screw this on top. And then you can also use this grip on it. To be honest, I'll be totally honest with you, I don't think it looks great. I think it looks weird, right? The fact that it has this body, it's just weird. To me, the Pro Pen 2 is just a much better deal in terms of the way it behaves. Also, this pen is expensive as hell. The Pro Pen 2 is expensive. It costs $80 US. The Pro Pen 3 costs $130 US. Okay, so it's quite an adventure to talk about that thing. What other things can I say about it? Doesn't support barrel rotation, and there's no eraser. Okay, barrel rotation was not expected, but I think a lot of us were shocked that it doesn't have an eraser. Now give me a moment, I'm gonna find the exact Pro Pen 3 that came with this, and we're gonna show it to you. 1 second, I'll be right back. Ranger Fade, condom pen, okay. Oh, okay, so I have 5 Pro Pen 3s. I've only measured one of them, by the way. And I'm just trying to, and you know, 2 of them have the grip, and 3 of them don't. Let me go to the overhead. And I'm going to keep this tablet out of the way for a second. And I'm going to turn on another light, so it's a little bit easier for you to see what the heck is going on here. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. So yeah, 2 have the grip, and 3 don't, right? I'll be honest with you, at first I started working with the ones with the grip. Let me turn on some extra light maybe. I started working with these ones with the grip because they mimic more of the Pro Pen 2 shape. I don't like the way it drops off. Zoom in here. I don't like the way it drops off, to be quite honest, right? I just find that awkward and weird. And the other 3, I don't have it on there. So this one, yeah, that's one of the normal ones. Yeah, there's that weight. You gotta push the weight back in, and oh, that's great. I'll be honest with you, I think and there's a spring in there, by the way. I think they complicated the design of this pen. Look, I was expecting lots of things from the Wacom Pro Pen 3, but I was not, oh, you can't see what I was doing, sorry. Let me just repeat it for you so everyone understands. I'd open this one up, and then I'd open this one up, and just that's that weight. That's all I wanted to show you. I didn't realize I was not showing you that. I'm trying to find the one again that came with the Pro Pen 3. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it was the other one. There it is. This, now notice it's different, right? Can I get it closer? That's about as close as I can get, huh? Oops, let me tighten this up. If it's not one thing, it's another. The camera got a little bit loose there. Let's see if that'll work for a while. So this is me see, turn on the autofocus here. Can you see it? Maybe it's getting confused. Hang on. Okay. I want to get this closer so you can actually see it. Yeah, there we go. So you see the nibs are in here. That's the version of the Pro Pen that comes with this thing. Whereas, you know what, I'm going to put some blue tape on this. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to remember that this is the one from the Movink, okay? Here we go. It'll stay on. Okay. Whereas the other ones are different. They actually have a, you know, there's no nib thing there. They just have this weight that you can pull in or out. So it's not for nib storage. Why Wacom did this, I have no clue. To me, it made no sense whatsoever. But that's, you know, they chose to do that, and more power to them. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the pressure. I know I'm talking about the Pro Pen too, but I'll set your expectations, okay? Just let me figure out where that pressure information is. Okay, I think I know what to do here. Whew. Let's see. Gotta find an old presentation. Or, sorry, I'm just trying to find something. We'll take a look at my data. Oh, you know what? I actually have a video, so why don't I just go there? Then you can see exactly what's going on here. It's on my YouTube channel. Remember, I measured 53 different pens last year. And so let's just show you. What the heck? Okay. Okay, so, oh, you can't see it? You can't see it? Let's show you now. There you go, okay. So this is from my video from last year, and I just want to, there's no sound playing, I just want to talk to the slides. So ignore the initial activation force, they're all great, it's like less than 1 gram force by Cube's measurements, which you can trust. I'm not good at measuring that. But they're all very low. They all begin at, you know, basically close to 0 gram force, okay? Bottom is physical pressure, how hard I'm pressing. The vertical axis is what the percentage pressure that's reported, right? From 0 to 100%. Logical pressure. So I measured 6 different Pro Pen 2, okay? And what you notice is all of them are very consistent. Yes, there is an outlier. You can think of these outliers as a defective pen. What that means is I have to press down with almost 3.5 kilograms of force to hit 100%. So that's a defective pen, okay? But take a look, so exclude it, and then we'll take a look at the rest. Now this should be, why is it doing this? Yeah, here we go. Oh, I truly hate the way YouTube does this, okay? There we go. If I took all the pens they ever have, excluding that crazy outlier, they'd look like this. This is the envelope, okay? And the Pro Pen 2, sorry, there we go, is here. This is the way it works, okay? So just for the sake of the argument, let's pretend, because I haven't done the measurements on the Pro Pen 3, the Pro Pen 2 is like this. very consistent, obviously low initial activation force, very consistent maximum pressure. They all end in the maximum and the excellent range, okay? So Pro-Pen 3 will be like this, okay? So just keep in mind where it ends, because that's the pressure range, right? You want to see it go from 0 to, at least 700 to be excellent. 0 to 400 is considered good, okay? So let's compare Pro-Pen 2 and 3. Actually, I need to take a break, a little bit of a bio break, so I'll be right back in just 1 minute, okay? Okay, I'm back, and let's just take a look at the comments here. Okay, we have a good question, which is what tool do I use to measure these numbers? I'm so happy you ask, because, I'm all about numbers. Okay, and I'm going to show you exactly how I measure things. And let's get back to the... So in this video, I actually explained... By the way, I'm going to put a link to the video in the chat, okay? So give me a second. So I want you to know exactly which... I'd suggest you watch it because you'll learn a lot about pens, or like how they compare, rather. Okay, I'm going to put the video in, the link to the video in chat, if I can. Let's try this again. Get shareable link, copy to clipboard, okay. Show me the numbers, Ranger Fade says. Okay, we'll talk about the numbers. I'll show you everything, okay? So, this is my setup, okay? Let me just explain it to you. There's a laptop running Krita, okay? This is a Surface Pro something, doesn't matter. I don't have all the cables, okay? Just so the picture's cleaner. There will be a cable connect. I always do it with a cable connecting to the tablet. Though I guess I could use wireless. Maybe that'd be better. And then what I do is this is a scale, obviously. It's a very specific scale. The link to the scale is in one of my documents there, but it can measure like 0.1 gram force. That's its resolution, right? Or 0.3, I think, something like that. And that's important for IAF measurements. Not that I'm good at IAF measurements. I never say that I am. This is a fulcrum that I 3D printed, right? Look at my amazing 3D modeling capabilities. That's a 5 kilogram weight. This needs to be steady. This piece of wood is a meter stick or yardstick. And then I 3D printed this thing which holds the pen there, okay? And there's tape holding the pen. You want to keep the pen sort of like not moving. And then what I do is I put weights on the ruler. When I say weight, I have, I bought this 5 kilogram weight. I have smaller weights. Also, I can just use any object. Like I literally use this piece of tape, right? And I just move it back and forth. And I look at what the physical force is on the scale. That is indeed a triangle, Ranger Fade says. I look at what it says physically here. So let's just say it says 10 grams or 10 gram force. And then I go look here and I see, well, what's Krita say this? And so Krita at 10 grams will be like, I don't know, 20% pressure, right? And so I just make note of those pairs, and that's how you get the data. Now, some of you are wondering, where's the data? Well, give me a moment. I need to change one more thing. I had to rearrange my desktop a little tiny bit. Okay. That was weird. I was trying to change where my dock is on Mac OS, but it's just going the wrong place. No worries, no worries. I'm just getting somewhere where I want you to see this. Mm-hmm. I'm going to show you GitHub is what it is. I need to log into GitHub. People want to know what I do here. Let me sign in, 7 pens. Let's see, okay. So this is actually a private GitHub repo. Nothing secret in there, it's private because my code is messy, okay? You want to know how bad my code is? I don't think the code is bad, but I don't, what's the right word? My formatting has been described as a crime against humanity. I think Cube said that, by the way. Something was just, and I freely admit it's bad. Or better, I should say, it doesn't live up to better standards. Okay, so let me just show you, everyone can see the GitHub. Ranger Fade causing problems in chat. I love it. So I have a bunch of, when I say notebooks, I don't mean OneNote notebooks. I mean, what do you call it? Jupyter notebooks, okay? And so there's a bunch of notebooks there, and under pressure, I don't think you're gonna see anything, but I'm gonna open up one of these notebooks. Let's just hope the rendering it's probably not gonna show you anything, but we'll see. Okay, and what it does is I load data files. You can see a whole bunch of JSON code, Python code that loads up some stuff and does some analysis. And it's loading all these JSON files, okay? Notice it says data files, Huion, PW500, an inventory number that I create for each pen, the date of the measurement, right? So let's take a look at the data files. Let's go to Wacom. And again, I don't have the ProPen 3 measured in here, but we'll take a look at the ProPen 2. One data file per pair for each pen for a specific date. And then let's take a look at one of these. So there's a bunch of metadata, and then you can see the actual records, right? So I believe, I forgot which one is which. I feel like actually I can check by going to the bottom. Okay, yeah, now I know. The bottom number, so the top number, 4.1, is the physical pressure on the scale, and the bottom number, 1.9, is the logical pressure, what Krita is reporting, what the driver is reporting, right? And the reason it begins at 4.1 is that I am not good at measuring towards 1 gram pressure, and certainly not less than 1 gram force pressure. So I don't bother, okay? I am happy if it's around 2 or 3 or 4, right? Like it's in the ballpark, right? And then I keep measuring all the way, and these are like, you can just see how many times I've measured, okay? I go all the way up, and you can see at 100%, I found it to be 764.1 gram force. Now sometimes I can't get to 100%. The best I can get to is like 99.8 or 7 or something. So I take, the closest approximation I can, right? So this is how I actually measure this pens. This repo is not public. Again, not because I'm hiding the data or anything, I'm showing you the data. It's because the code is ugly, and I have to be honest, I want to feel more confident about my process and this code and everything before I make it public. But if people want me to publish it, I'd be more than happy to, okay? So this is how I measure. I hope you like that explanation. Okay. So that was the ProPen 2, and let me just show you, because I mentioned someone talked about the PW600 pen. Take a look at this, okay? Right now, the PW600 series is the best non-Wacom pen there exists, okay? Now, you saw where the Wacoms were ending. They were ending their maximum pressure in the excellent range, right? So they were basically ending at 700 and above, which is fantastic. The PW600 series begins at about in my measurements, begins at about 450 to about 550, which is it's in the very good place. And notice how consistent the curves are, okay? It's fantastic. Let's move forward. I want to show you the PW517, which is the previous generation of Huion pen. It's just okay-ish, right? Look how far back they are. One of them is pretty good, but some of them aren't that great, right? The PW550 series is in red, and they're much better than the PW517. That's why I recommend people get the PW550. And let's just take a look at the X3 Pro pens. They're between okay and good, but there's a weird inconsistency. They're kind of a variable, right? That's why I sort of gave the edge to the Canvas 16 Canvas 16 Gen 3 over the Artist Pro 16 Gen 2. Okay, hope that makes sense. Okay, let's get back here and get back to our discussion on, where was I? Wacom, right. PW500, I don't think I've measured many of those, right? I mean, it was okay, it's okay-ish. Nick Tyler, hey everybody, missed the start, so what is the subject of testing? There's a bunch of reviews, but is it good for chopping vegetables? What is the subject of testing? Sorry, I'm trying to understand your question, Nick. You're asking which tablet we're looking at, which is the Movink. Yeah, there are a bunch of reviews. I just wanted to do one where we actually look and try the tablet out. And Continuous says, that explains the difference I've experienced. Oh, and you know what? Ranger actually had a great comment. Ranger Fade says, TLDR, it caught up to the Pro Pen 1 first generation. Okay, so that's a great topic. I just want to go back into that video for that because this is, for a long time, Wacom shipped, what do they call it? It's KP501E, the grip pen. And I was a huge fan of the grip pen. I still use it sometimes. And by the way, take a look at this chart and it says okay, good, and excellent, right? How did I arrive at these numbers? 700, the reason it says 700 is excellent is that's the lower limit of the Pro Pen 2. The Pro Pen 2 is so good, it forms my basis for maximum pressure excellence, okay? That's what that means. If a pen reaches 700, it's just in terms of maximum pressure, it's as good as the Pro Pen in that regard, Pro Pen 2 in that regard. So Pro Pen 2 defines excellence in terms of maximum pressure. Well, what was good? How did I get to 400? Did I just come up with this in my head? No, in fact, I actually measured the grip pen, which Wacom shipped, I think, for like, I think this number is probably correct, like 8 years in their tablets. This is the standard pen for the professional tablets. And what happened to the grip pen? Take a look. The grip pen, again, look at the tight grouping, very consistent, and they ended at 400. So the definition of good maximum pressure is the Wacom KP501 grip pen. And so that's why if anybody like Huion or XP Pen makes a pen that gets into the good category, they're as good as what Wacom was selling as their professional pen, right? That's the logic, right? And so as Ranger Fade commented, we're now seeing that non-Wacom brands with their pens are now catching up just now to the previous generation of professional pens with Wacom, right? Then that says something about how good Wacom is in terms of their pens, their Pro Pens. Can I use PW550 on the Canvas Pro 13 2.5K? Yes, you can. If you want, we can even test this out, by the way. And the reason for that is, or I'll try to test it, is that the Canvas Pro 13 2.5K uses the PW517, and the PW550 series is compatible with the PW517. You can actually see that listed on the Huion site for that, by the way. But we can take a look later. Let's see. And Nick says, one question I would ask you about Movink in use, can you use any pen with the Pro Pen 2, 3, Art Pen? And the answer to the question, Nick, is you can use Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, Art Pen. If you want, I can actually show you all of that, okay? And which one would you prefer now for sketching? It's gonna shock some of you, but I actually don't, because I don't like the Pro Pen 3. I prefer the Pro Pen 2. That's what I use with the Movink, right? And by the way, we'll even take a look at using the Wacom 1 pens with the Movink and the S Pen in this video, okay? Okay, let's get back to the my Wacom notes here on the Movink. Okay, pens, okay. So now I've been talking about the tablet for an hour and I haven't shown you a darn thing about the quality of the drawing. So how about we use a little bit of drawing? Is everyone okay, cool with that? Now these strokes look ugly, but I have to say, these were done with the Pro Pen 2, or they look ugly because of me, not because of the tablet. In fact, what it's showing you is things are actually quite smooth. I'll demonstrate that for you. And why don't we take this opportunity? Start. Nick is surprised. Starting club of Pro-Pen 3 haters. Anyway, don't read too much into this. I'll update this picture. The strokes are actually really good, right? Okay, what do I need to draw? I need Krita. So let's get some Krita action. Let me give you an overhead view so you can see what I am doing. Overhead. I'm thirsty too. Move this keyboard out of the way. And give me a second. I'm gonna. Okay. By the way, can I just ask a question to the audience? How's the audio coming out? Is it okay? Again, I'm using my my fancy lavalier mic, which you can see. Look at this fancy setup, right? Blue tape. This is like painter's tape. I just don't like clipping it on my clothes. Okay, let's get back to the overhead. And I'm gonna try to start Krita. Hello, Krita. This is so confusing. I should have Krita installed here, so I don't know. Krita, I think I do. Where's the mouse? I'm trying to find where Krita went to. It didn't launch. Let's try that again. Didn't I install it? There we go. Okay. Krita's up. Let's switch the window to this machine, or this display here. Let's zoom it in a little bit more. Sorry, there are cords everywhere. This just gets wild with this setup. Okay, and let us. I've already installed the Wacom driver. And let's see. You know, for a second, I'm gonna just enable touch because it'll simplify my life. I don't use touch often, but sometimes you just have to use it. And of course, this is awfully nice, isn't it? I think I'm going to have to. Change how this display is set up, because what's happening is I can't actually see the bottom of this thing. So I'm going to change the resolution on the display. Okay. Where is my displays? I'll change it to the 1920 by 1080. Look how, that's so nice. Oh, I changed the wrong display. That was silly of me. Where's the Wacom? That's too small. That's crazy. That's just perfect. Okay, let's see if I can do that now. I'll hit create. There we go. Okay, touch does come in useful sometimes. I'm going to turn it off right now. That's the first thing you should realize, is that my face is in the way. So let me get it out of the way. Let me put it more over here. So I turned on and off touch. I just want to show you how I did it. I clicked on the button here on the side, and you can turn touch on or off like that. I think that's really nice, okay? The one thing that's cool is that even if touch is off, when you turn on these menus, the touch is on. Meaning, touch doesn't do anything. It says it's off, right? So it's not doing anything, but it is actually active here. So for example, I can change the brightness. Can you see it? So that's a really nice touch that Wacom did. Touch is actually enabled when it's useful to be enabled, though technically it's quote off. Okay? And let's do some drawing. Okay, give me a second. I am going to go get some more pens because we're going to try the Pro Pen 3, Pro Pen 2, a bunch of S pens or related pens. Let me get a Pro Pen 3 here. Okay, I'll be right back with more pens and we'll start showing things, okay? Okay, I am back. So let me just show you what we have here. We'll try them all. We've got the Pro Pen 2. I actually have two of these. We've got the Pro Pen 3. We've got the, what is this one? The Art Pen. We've got the Wacom One 2023 pen, CP923, piece of trash. We've got the Wacom One 2019 version pen, the Gen 1 pen, okay pen. And we've got an S pen, and actually I left one pen out. I need to get a grip pen, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back now with the grip pen. Okay, so, but we'll start with the Pro Pen 3 since that's what it came with. Let me put all these pens somewhere safe. And to help you see this, you know, it's also when it's going to the camera, you can't see it as clearly as I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go special mode where it is overhead plus demo screen 1. Okay. And let me see how I want to do this. I'm going to sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I know which one is which here. Let me do a change. I'm going to just duplicate. Okay, so you're seeing my hand up here on the left, and you're seeing what's actually on my screen. So it's clear to you, you know, it's not going to interfere, well, my hand's not going to interfere with what you're seeing, okay? So I think this will give you the best view of what's actually going on with this tablet. Okay, so you know what we need to do is we need to zoom in a bit more here, don't we? and touch is not enabled. So I'm going to turn it on. There we go. And does it work? It does work. You know, I have to tell you, it's probably not as, okay. You can see what's happening, right? Now this is on a Mac OS, and Mac OS is not really good with touch. But whatever the responsibility here, it's not, it's jerky. You can see I'm zooming in, but it's kind of like weird. It's not, if you're used to an iPad, I think you might not really, you would find this erratic in its behavior, okay? I want to zoom in a bit. You know, to be honest, it's so irritating. I'm just going to use the slider, okay? And let me see if I can remove this. Hey, guess what? I have a pen too. Isn't that funny? Okay. So how do I do this in Krita? Is it F2? It's a tab. I forgot what makes the screen. What makes the screen go? What am I trying to say here? How do I get the pen there? Sorry. Such a weird. Mac OS goes crazy when I am. Oh, there we go. There we go. I want to get the. Oh, this is such a mess. This is a true disaster. Hang on. I've got to adjust the resolutions on a couple of these things so that it's not crazy for me. One. Okay, almost, sorry. Okay, that did not do what I wanted to do. I really don't like the way Mac OS controls certain things, I have to be honest with you. Like moving the dock. That's okay. We will change this thing like this and it'll all be okay. There we go. Okay. Anyway, this did not end up creating the document I wanted. So I'm going to close this. And I'm going to, it's modified, no, I'm going to recreate this thing. And try this again. Okay, there we go, 67% zoom. Okay. And I have to, sorry folks. I have to keep changing how these things are mapped. I want the Movink to is that what I want? Sorry, folks. Everything has gotten real confusing here. Oh, I'm going to undo this. Stop mirroring. What do you see? You see that, and then okay, are we in the right place? Okay, I think we're back to normal now. Okay, thank you. Sorry for your patience. Okay, so what do? The first thing I'm noticing is I'm just drawing here, and I know you can't see it very clearly, but I'm just looking at the, let me give it a good overhead here. I'm just taking a look at this and just seeing how much the pen, the tip of the pen and where the cursor where I'm drawing is aligned. And you know what? It's pretty good. In fact, take a look at here. there's really, the tilt compensation is excellent. You can't see this the way I can with my eyes, but this device has the best parallax of any pen display I've ever seen. Meaning there's such a tiny visual gap between where the tip of the pen is and the display. I would rank this as an iPad quality. It is better than every other Cintiq I have. It's better than every other Huion or XP pen I have. It's excellent. So those of you who are super sensitive to parallax will love this device. That's the first thing I think you'll definitely notice. Like if I look at it as like at an angle like this, you will see, maybe you can see it here. It's right underneath there, right? It just looks excellent. Tilt compensation is excellent. Okay, so that's the first thing that's true. And you know what? I'll even test it with another pen. I'll test it with the ink pen. Same thing is true here. Tilt compensation is excellent. Parallax is excellent. Fantastic. Okay. And let's go take a look at the comments real quick. Nick says, Krita has so good space, shift space, control space navigations. Oh man, interesting. I didn't even know about that, Nick. You raise a good point about touch, and this is why, and I'll get to this later, but I'll mention it really briefly now. You know, sometimes I draw in bed. It sucks to draw in bed with a typical pen display because there's a cable, it's heavy, and you hit the number one pain point I have, which is you have to have a keyboard around. Well, having touch really helps there, and we're going to see if having the on-screen menus will help as well, okay? Because if those work with touch, then it would really, you'd have your shortcut keys that you need. You don't need extra buttons here. Okay. And then I think Rangers Faye asks, how does the iPad have better parallax? I don't know, but it really does. It really does. I think it's got to be a combination of factors about why, but it's the thing is the iPad has had great parallax even when it was using OLED even. So they're doing something which I cannot explain. Okay, so now let's just talk about the drawing quality. You saw me do some really bad strokes. And I'm going to shift this pen into this mode. Okay, and then I'm going to change the settings. This is something I hate about Krita. I'm going to have to, unfortunately, maybe change the resolution, which is going to freak this computer out, of course. How do I even get to that darn thing? So I'm trying to figure out how to get my mouse to the top now. That is wild. There we go. Oh. Done. I'm gonna have to switch. I hate doing this because it makes things hard to read. But I'm gonna have to switch it, I think, to a higher resolution. Maybe a little higher. Okay. I know you can't read it, but unfortunately, if I don't do this, I cannot click all these things, right? So let's see, I wanna change, flow is off, turn strength off, okay, and then size, do a flat curve, not that curve, this curve, okay. Great. And this is the ink pen, so I'll go back to the Pro Pen 3. Okay, and let us zoom this out. And now I can see my pen. I'll just go back to the settings for a second. And what I want to do is, actually I didn't need to do it there. I want to set this to a 500 pixel brush. And why 500? Because 500 acts like a magnifying glass, okay? It will let us actually see what the stroke will actually work. So look how huge the brush is, okay? And let me go back to my, the overhead view where you can see the, okay? The huge brush, right? So I'm gonna draw with a very light stroke. Okay, this is the Pro Pen 3. So it's a 500 pixel brush, and look how thin a stroke I can draw, right? Now this amount of variation pressure is natural, because it's really hard for a human being to keep a stroke at low pressure, right? So you'll see a little bit of, that pulsing is me, it's not the tablet, okay? This is a natural outcome of a human trying to draw, and the tiniest bit of pressure will cause a pulse, which is again natural, right? This is supernatural, okay? When you go to a little bit more pressure, oops, how did I do that? I moved this thing around a little bit without thinking. Go back to arrange. Oh, where's that darn? Okay. Let me turn touch off. That's why that thing, okay. So now, we're gonna just draw a natural stroke with a little bit higher pressure. Remember you're seeing that weird kind of effect, right? Again, that's natural because that's what happens to all pens at super low pressure. Okay, so let's try a more typical brush. So there's nothing unusual about what we see here. Let's try more typical brush size of 100. And things are smooth, right? Again, the brush variations, which might look a little bit ugly, are due to me, right? Because I'm pressing harder or softer. But things are smooth, it's super responsive. It might be a little more sensitive at low pressure than another pen. Actually, I'm going to try the Pro Pen 2 and see if it feels any different. Oops, not that. I want to undo that. And where is my menu? What is it? Edit, undo. Okay, I want to hit backspace. I'm trying to test to see, basically what I'm trying to test is there anything weird about the Pro Pen 3, but it really behaves similarly to the Pro Pen 2, right? It's quality strokes, even though they look a little rough, it's me. Range of fade graph shows linear. I think you're talking about the pressure curve, right? I always test linear at first. I would recommend if you're using big brushes with this and you're drawing at super low pressure, just like I would with many of the Huion or XP pen tablets, that you do the following, which is you go here and you make your curve more like this, right? That's going to help. And then let's go ahead and backspace. Now take a look. Pro Pen 3 at 100 pixels. Look how thin that stroke is. Terrific control, right? Again, that curve is standard. I always recommend that curve. And it doesn't slow down the pen or anything. Let's go ahead and try the 500 pixel brush again and see what a big difference that makes. So that's at 50. No, I want 500. Okay, 500 pixel brush. Let's take a look now. Very well controlled stroke, right? Any sudden jumps in pressure due to me, right? If you don't like any sudden jumps in pressure, what do? With Krita, you'd use weighted and you turn on some smoothing, let's just say 200, and you click on this button that says smooth pressure, and then your strokes will actually not vary quite as fast. So that's a good, for me, I find out with a lot of tablets that going to brush smoothing weighted distance 100 or 200, maybe 250, and check on enable pressure, smooth pressure, will dramatically improve the quality of your strokes in Krita. In Clip Studio, it's a different thing going on. And this kind of curve, actually, I tend not to do in the application. I tend to use this kind of curve in the driver, okay? Okay, so let's compare the other pens real quick. This is the Pro pen. I did it already, but it's good. I'm gonna turn off that smoothing because I want you to see the pens behave differently, okay? And this smoothing and this curve, they mask the effect. And you need to know what the effect is. So Pro Pen 3, Pro Pen 2, feeling fantastic. Again, these weird blobby things is natural because it's a crazy big pen, right? I am going to do a video on that low pressure issues. Actually, now that I'm on that topic, you know what? I actually have a document on this. I'm going to put it in the chat. Oops, where's my typing thing? I just called the keyboard a typing thing. Let's see, low pressure. Yeah. I'm going to go show you this doc so you don't get the wrong idea. Let me use my other typing thing on the demo PC. And just so that you see it, okay, I just put a link to this document I'm about to show you. And before I go there, Continua says, I'm so pissed at how bad the PW517 pen is. I've been gaslighting myself all this time. Hey, wait a second, Continua. Remember, the PW517 isn't necessarily bad. Some of them have really good pressure range. And you might have one that actually has a good pressure range. The only way you're going to know that is to measure it a little bit, but not all of them are bad. There's quite a bit of variation, okay? But the PW550 is really more consistent. I mean, that's very true. And just much higher pressure range. Okay, and I said I want to show you this low pressure thing. So let me open up the document. And I just want to make sure you understand what you were seeing a second ago, okay? Before you go to the other pens. I want this one. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do is going to search there for low pressure, and I just want to show you this. Since this is the doc that it is just very natural to have this problem. So basically at low pressure, this is with a Wacom Intuos Pro PTH-660, the medium size, and with the Pro Pen 2. And these strokes look awful, don't they? But this is what you will see at low pressure. That's actually what happens at low pressure. You get all sorts of weird artifacts, right? And in this document, I talk about all the ways you can improve those strokes. Press harder, tilt the pen a bit more, because these artifacts come when you're trying to draw kind of like at super light pressure, especially when the pen is vertical. The direction of the pen versus the direction of the nib, that affects it. Again, you can use pressure curves in multiple ways, right? You can use pressure smoothing. So if you experience this kind of problem with your pens, which you see here, and it's natural, it's what happens when pens are sensitive, right? You can use all these techniques to help it out. Okay, more water, and then we'll get back to the drawing. Okay. Overhead plus demo screen. Okay, now I'm going to try the ink pen. Oof. What happened there? Is that me or the pen? I don't know, for some reason it just latched on to 100% pressure. So let's backspace and then Yeah, pretty much the same as the, I have to be honest with you, I kind of like the ink pen a lot, how it feels. Yeah, very similar to the Pro Pen 2 and Pro Pen 3. It's still a quality pen. Now, we will try the Art Pen. And the Art Pen looks a little oversensitive, to be quite honest. Now, this is one specific of 3 art pens I have, so I can't say that all art pens are like this. It seems like it's oversensitive at low pressure. Not quite as refined as the Pro Pen 2. Right? And another thing I noticed, I'm going to zoom in on this because it's really interesting to see. Take a look at this. Can you see it? These weird pulses. Something happened in the middle of the stroke where it seemed like there was some weird pressure transition. I didn't see that with any of the other pens, but I saw it with the Art Pen. Could be lots of reasons, but could be the software. But Art Pen works fine. And I know people are wondering about barrel rotation. Yeah. Let's see, before I get there, Nick has... Art Pen is very old. Like, I think it is that generation, Nick. Yeah, I think it is this generation. And then one person wants me to do barrel rotation and then continue also barrel rotation. So let's do it. Now, I got to tell you, I don't use barrel rotation, but I'm sure you cannot see this very clearly. I'm going to turn off pressure. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to turn off the size being related to pressure. Okay. And what I'm going to do is we'll see if I can take rotation. What do I want here? Yeah, let's try this. Okay, this is a little bit of an experiment. Okay, so just bear with me. I'm going to try to set the barrel rotation to the color. I realize that's not something you would ever in real life do, but we're going to try to do it just so it's easier for people to see that the barrel is actually rotating. Okay? So people should correct me. I believe this will get mapped, when it says rotation here in Krita, that is actually barrel rotation. If it's not, someone should tell me. Okay? So let's try that out. And I'll just use a more normal size pen. I don't need to, and I'll go to the Pro Pen 3. Oh, sorry, I need barrel rotation, so I need the Art Pen, okay. And I think I need a different color as well for this to work. Red. Oh yeah, duh. That's wild, okay. Okay, it seems weird. Let me just tell you what's going on here. So, if I'm the pressure, actually, hang on. No, I have it. I thought it was, I gotta correct these again. Okay, I don't want pressure control, just rotation. Let me turn off the size, okay? That'll be easier to see for us. This is wild. I rarely do this. Okay, shoot, not that. Krita, edit, okay. I wanted backspace. Okay, so constant brush width, barrel rotation mapped to color. Okay, I'm not rotating the barrel. So what do you see? Basically between yellow and green. Because the barrel is not moving much, but it's moving just a little bit, okay? Make sense? Now watch this. I'm gonna rotate the barrel. Can you see it? I'm just rotating it with my hand. Like this. You can see the different colors. Right? Pressure's not affecting it, it's just barrel rotation. So yeah, barrel rotation does work. And I'm really glad some of you asked me to do this because I know it's not what you'd normally draw with, but it just makes it clear. Yeah, it does actually work. And I know this is kind of a silly use of it, so let's go ahead and try to do it in a more normal way, okay? Let me find a brush that's actually interesting. A thick one, maybe this one. Yeah, let's make it bigger. How's that? Okay. And I don't think barrel rotation is going to... Now tilt is messing it up, but I don't want that. I want barrel rotation for this one. So let's say rotation right now is mapped to drawing angle, which means how the pen is tilted or something like that. I'm going to switch it instead to rotation. Okay, and let's try it. To be a more natural... Yeah, see it? Let me do the... let me just do the pure overhead, so it'll be a little bit easier for you to see. Can you see? I'm not touching the glass right now, but it definitely works. So barrel rotation works totally fine. Barrel rotation really is cool. I should probably try experimenting with more, because it is kind of fun to use. Okay, we confirmed the art pen worked with the barrel rotation, so fantastic. Let's see, Nick says, who needs rotation for inking? I don't know. I don't use it, so I'm not sure how people use it for inking. Charlie the artist, how do you get rid of stubborn small dry spots off the display tablet screen protector? Charlie, are those... Do you use a cleaner? Or... Because I use a cleaner. In fact, I use this one. Whoosh. And the other one's called something else. I can't remember. But this one I use, apparently I use this on an Apple all the time. Or on, in the Apple store. So it's served me very well. I'm not sure if it's going to remove those hard dry spots. Have you tried like warm soap and water? Like with a damp cloth, not wet. Okay, let me go back here real quick to look at my notes. Okay, and we want to keep on testing the brushes. So let me get back to, the pens rather. Get back to this and let me reset the pen. And I'll use the normal pressure curve because I don't want to, actually no, I'm going to use the null pressure curve. Okay. And remove strength. There we go. And let's hit backspace to clear. Okay. Now the test is what happens with the Wacom 1 Gen 1 pen, the CP913. So this is the first time Wacom's released a tablet that uses, it's a pro tablet, I would say, but it uses these consumer level pens from Wacom. So let's just take a look at how they work. So remember, I'll set this to 500 pixels because it's a magnifying glass, okay? Okay, how can I tell this? First thing you'll notice is there's a really high initial activation force with this pen, which is normal for the CP913 series, okay? Like I can feel myself pressing on the glass, nothing's getting drawn, okay? Like and now it's drawn. Now notice one thing else, did you see it? Did you see this little thing here, these little bumps? I can recreate them. I'm just gonna press harder. Not that bump, right there, right there. Right there, see these little bumps here? They happen toward the lower end of pressure range, but as you can tell, I'm not pressing light here because the stroke is relatively thick. Ooh, look at that. Those bumps are not me. They're too regular to be me. They happen at a certain pressure range, not the lowest, but toward the low end. Let's see if I can recreate these. Happened there again. Let me, oops. I got to undo that. Krita. Okay. One more time. Okay. And then backspace. Let me do a smaller brush that's more realistic. I'll keep it on 65. You know what? Except for the fact the IAF is high, it's probably around 5 gram force. I'm guessing, I'm just pulling that number because Cube measured one of his pens to be this. It's actually not that bad. I still see a little bit of this, can you zoom in here? You see this? That's not me, that's some bouncing around. Okay. It's okay. I think some smoothing is required. Let me show you what my testing did for this. You put this, whoa. I literally don't know what this is trying to tell me. Move to, yeah, there we go. Whew, okay. Oh, that did not do what I wanted to do. There we go, okay. This somehow did the right thing. I did some testing earlier with these pens. I want to show you the pet testing. So this was the CP913 and the 19. That's that pulsing that I saw before. I'm still seeing it, maybe not quite as bad. So I think Wacom may have improved some of the firmware because this looks awful, right? When I'm testing Krita, I don't see it quite as bad now. There's that pulsing again. One more thing about the pulsing, it's in these rows, right? So let's see if I can get, we saw that with the Wacom 1 Gen 2 pen displays. Let's see if I can reproduce the problem here. And let me press the button and get back to just black ink. It's probably easier to see. So I'm going to try drawing with relatively light pressure. I'll make this a bit bigger. Do I see the problem? You seeing it? You can see how regular it is, right? Let's zoom in. What do you notice? Horizontal bands where pressure kind of disappears, right? This is the same problem we saw with the Wacom 1 Gen 2 pen displays. Wacom issued a firmware update that helped it quite a bit. But this Movink still has the problem. So there's a couple of interesting realizations here. First of all, if you want to get this tablet, and when I first heard it supported these older consumer pens, I was really happy because I thought, you know, these pens cost $30 instead of, you know, $130. And I thought, hey, you know, it'd be a good backup pen, and maybe it might be good enough, but you're not going to enjoy these strokes at low pressure. You're not going to enjoy this behavior. That is just, look at that. That's unacceptable. Now, some of this is the pen, some of the tablet. This is definitely, this issue is the tablet. These horizontal rows, okay? That's not me. That's the tablet. Wacom may have a firmware update that fixes this at some point, but they need to. So, but ultimately, I'm going to zoom out here. You're going to see the same problem with every one of these kind of pens. and I'll prove it to you. So these kind of pens means the Wacom UD pens for Universal Digitizer. So let me just show you that. This is the newest Wacom pen. This is the CP923. This came with the new Wacom Gen 2 pen displays. Also, another piece of, this pen is, CP913 is okay. This pen is a piece of trash. But let's just go ahead and just show you what happens with the tablet. Pulsing, what do you notice? You see it? That sickens me. You can see the pattern just like I can. Right? You can see the horizontal rows. And let's go ahead and just do vertical. You should see some vertical weirdness too, but it's hard to tell. When you're going across like this, it's a different kind of problem that I noticed in the Wacom 1 Gen 2. I'm not seeing it quite so much here. I'd have to do some more testing, but zoom in on this and that's trash. That is just trash. I just want to say this one more time. It's not the pen is trash, but that's not why you're seeing this pattern. That's the tablet and the firmware. With the Pro Pen 2 and 3 and the Pro Pens, we don't get this problem. With these pens, we get the problem. What does that tell us? Well, it's not like there are two digitizers here. So how can the hardware be at fault? It's a bit of a mystery, right? How can this have great drawing with the Pro Pens, but bad drawing with this thing, these consumer pens? What is Wacom deliberately making this happen? Don't know. Don't know. Continue. I will talk about that. Okay. Are you able to run Wacom Movink on drivers at once? I will talk about that. And let's see. Yes, Ranger Fade. It is. It's a bad stroke. Is an EMR grid tracking issue? I think so. I think so. I am going to have to. Some of you may know someone named, or that goes by the handle Yukidama, started this project Patchouli. There's a Discord for it, where he built his own tablet. He built his own pen tablet. Actually, I think he made also a pen display. Like he actually printed his own, what do you call it? What's that? Gosh, PCB. And, his own digitizer. He didn't take one out from a tablet. He made it. And he basically, the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm going to bring this problem to him and ask him if he knows what might be going on here. Because Wacom people won't talk to me. No one else will talk to me about these digitizers and how they work. None of us, the only person I know who actually would know what algorithmically might be causing this is Yukidama. So I'm going to have to ask him, okay? And I believe somebody in my Discord, in the Drawing Tablet Discord, actually was working on a way of like compensating for this. Because you can see how predictable the problem is, right? It's a very predictable problem. Okay. So, and then we have one final test, which is the S Pen. Again, I know what's going to happen, or I'd love to be wrong. We should see the same exact problem. Oh, I'm zoomed in a little too much, maybe. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Now you can see it, but the S Pen shows up a little differently here. Let's zoom in. I want to move with my hand, but okay. You're not seeing it as much here, and I believe it's maybe because this S Pen, or we can try some other S Pens. I think there's a kind of, it has a different kind of pressure response, and it's not showing it up as much. We can try it again. Let me try maybe making the pen a bit bigger. It's more subtle, but if you're paying close attention, you should be able to see at low pressure, there are consistent horizontal bands, right? Let's zoom in a little bit here. See, consistently, let me use my finger here. There's a horizontal band, there's a horizontal band, right? Something about the tablet. It's not the pen, it's the tablet. So if you're looking for cheap consumer pens to use with this, they'll work, but you won't get good quality, right? Now, if you're taking notes, or you're not working, or you're using constant width lines, none of this matters. But if you're doing pressure sensitive stuff, the tablet is not good with these consumer Wacom pens, okay? Social links, sorry, gotta figure out who's, social links, yeah, let me, can I ask if there's someone, maybe Ranger Fade, or someone in my Discord, can someone share the invite link to Project Patchouli so other people can go there? Now, I have to tell you, it's very technical stuff. Like, I'm not really a technical expert with tablets, to be quite honest. Yukidama is like hardcore, right? And so I can't wait to see what else he's going to learn. Okay, okay, back to Movink, and let's get to screen one. Okay, what I wanted to do was get to any of the things we wanted to test. This is why we got on this topic, these pens. Okay, before I do that, let's talk about this question. Oh, not this question, sorry. This was continuous question, I believe. Okay, continue has a great question, and this is a very complicated topic, actually. Because can you use two tablets at once leads to all sorts of other topics. Let's start with the basics, and I will zoom in on myself for this one. Okay, can you use both a Huion and a Wacom together on the same computer? Well, it depends, okay? So the issue is drivers, of course, right? You can physically attach them, nothing's gonna break, but like the drivers are the issue. On Mac OS, in fact, on the very machine I've been demoing for you, it works. And in fact, I'm gonna show you that if you want me to. I could unplug this cable from the Movink and attach my Canvas 13 Gen 3 and pick up one of those pens and just start using it. In fact, I could have them together and use them. Like nothing would freak them. Like I could switch between, like pick up a different pen now and pick up another pen here, and it would just work, okay? Now, you want me to do that, continue? Okay, give me a second. I'll prove it to you, right? Because I do want to show people this actually works. Okay, I am back, and I couldn't find my Canvas 13 Gen 3, but I found a Canvas, this Canvas Pro 13 2.5K, which I think someone actually asked about. So I've got that, and oops, I need a cable. 1 second. Okay, I need another cable. This is a Cable Matters, what is this? Thunderbolt 3 cable, 20 gigabits per second. Okay, I love these Cable Matters cables. Okay, and now you will see this work. Okay, so I said my experience has been on 3 different Macs, a Mac Studio, M1 Mac Studio, M4 Mac Mini, and my M3 MacBook Pro. I have installed at least 3 drivers, Wacom, Huion, and XP-Pen, on all 3 of them. In all 3 cases, there have been no problems. Okay, and what I'm gonna do now is show you me using all these tablets simultaneously. Now, I gotta warn you, this is gonna get a little confusing because I have so many displays in front of me. And you know, macOS is gonna freak. But the first thing is I'm gonna just plug it in and see what happens. Let me go to my overhead because that'll be the least amount of disruption for you. Okay, and oh, the overhead is pointing. There we go. Okay. Let's zoom out a bit. Okay. I know you can't see things very clear. I told you there's so much stuff here. Okay, let's create space. Create space. And what I need to do, Mac Mini's right here, and I have one more Thunderbolt port there, so I'm going to use that. I believe the Mac Mini will support 4 simultaneous displays. We'll test that out, and it should provide enough power. So let's see. Okay. How do I plug? Let's see, I think Huion likes to plug it on this. Okay, turned on. So nothing, nothing exploded. Nothing exploded. No signal though, it says. Power saving means it's not getting a signal, so let's try the top port. I didn't, no signal. No, why is it doing that? Let me think for a second. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I have another plan. So give me a second. I believe this is just my Mac Mini. I don't think this is an issue in general. So just give me a second. I'm going to try another option for us. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, just to double check. So this time I actually got a Huion USB to USB-C cable, a full featured cable they call it. We're just gonna try it because sometimes, every now and then I run into an issue where cable should work, but for some reason it doesn't. So we're just gonna swap out the Cable Matters cable for the Huion cable. Still may not help, but we'll see. Because it could be a problem with the Mac Mini itself. And let's go over to the overview, overhead view, and try it again. Move it a little bit over like this. Where's that port? Is it, oh, wrong cable. Let's try this. Mac Mini doesn't seem to be recognizing that it's there. What can I try to make that work without freaking everything out with a Mac Mini? Because if I unplug more stuff, I know what I can do. We'll try my MacBook Pro. Sorry, yet again, I'll be back. Okay, my MacBook Pro is over here. And let me just do a little bit of logging in here. 1 second. And we'll just try the same thing we were doing, okay? And I have so much cables going on here. I've got to find a different way of doing all these things, folks. I'm gonna unplug this thing, plug it into my MacBook Pro, which already has the Huion driver and the Wacom driver. Okay. Okay, so this part works. This is connected to the Mac Mini though. We'll fix that. Let's see. Okay, so Continua, I think you were the one who was asking. Let's see. My Canvas Pro 13 won't run on a single cable, even with a Thunderbolt port. Maybe it's something about the... Interesting. I'm going to double check on this because, like, it's interesting you're having the same experience I had. I could have sworn I had the Canvas Pro 13 working with a single cable. I will check it out. A PVE drawing experience. Nice. Let's just double check. Okay, so on Mac OS, my experience has been things work great. I'm going to show that to you by launching Krita. Okay. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll just move Krita over here. Well, I'll create a new document. How's that first? Create. Okay. And let's move this Krita over here. I know it looks tiny, but here's the PW550 pen with this Canvas Pro. Oh, this is the Canvas Pro 13. Yeah, so it does work with single cable. Okay. And it is working. Why does it not look like it's working? Because it's moving the mouse on the other computer. Okay, the other screen. What do we do then? We go to Huion app, Yeah, I'll just do this in front of you so you see what, sorry. So you see what's happening. And then we go to digital pen. No, sorry, pen display, working area, allow. And then we set it to Canvas Pro 13. Actually, it's supposed to be mapped to the right place. Let's take a look now. Yeah, now it is, okay. Maybe we just took a second to figure out what the hell was going on. And does it work? Yes. Now you probably noticed this weird thing. That's not the canvas. I have smoothing turned on to a crazy level. Works fine, okay? So you saw that. And let's just make the brush big so everyone can see. Black stroke is hue on. Pretty responsive, pretty happy with this. Works well, okay? Now we're gonna find the Movink is up here, okay? Sorry, I realize you can't see everything quite as nicely as I hoped, okay? And row code, you had a question. Is that there are too many displays for the Mac to support? It's possible because the Mac didn't even beep at me, but I haven't actually tried 4 displays with it. So you could be right. It could be that reason. It might not be the cable or the tablet at all. It could be the exact reason you say. But I could have sworn the M4 Mac Mini was supposed to support 4 displays, right? So I will double check on that after the stream. And now, let's see. I want to take this, I'm gonna find my mouse cursor here. Where is it? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna drag this somewhere. Let me figure out where this other display is, right? Like which direction do I drag it? Oh, I see, it's left to right, okay. Not there. Okay, I'm gonna have to make sure I get this right in the system settings. Arrange displays. Okay. And I'm going to change the resolution on the bottom one to be more normal. Hopefully this works okay for it. That helps. It helps. Okay. And I needed to do that because I need to draw Krita up there somehow. There we go. That's all I needed to do. Okay. So you see that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Wacom Pro Pen 2. I'm going to make a red stroke. And let's just see if it works. There you go. So on Mac OS, my experience has been pretty good. Like, it is possible to have Huion and Wacom, and you can see I'm using them at the same time, and nothing is happening bad, okay? Some people tell me the drivers can conflict. I've never, in the something like, I don't know, 2 years, I've had these Macs. I have never encountered a driver interfering with each other on a Mac OS. So I think we're good there for Mac OS. Now, the other half of this question is, what about Windows? And Windows is a trickier proposition. And let me just explain what's going on here. Scaling on the Movink is weak. Can you elaborate what you mean on scaling? So in Windows, let me get to my normal face view. So Mac OS is good. What about Windows? Windows, we got a problem, okay? Windows has, remember I told you I was working on a video about Windows Inc., right? So we'll give you, technically I'm now giving you a preview. Windows supports 2 APIs for tablets to talk. One of the APIs is built into Windows, and one of the APIs is kind of like a third-party thing that technically it's a de facto standard that actually is maintained by Wacom. The Windows API is called Windows Inc. It goes by some other names. Tablet PC support, the Pointer API, the Windows 8 Pointer API. But we call them generally as a bucket, we call them Windows Inc. And then there's WinTab, which is the other API. And WinTab, when you install a driver, it puts this DLL called wintab32.dll somewhere in the system folder. And that DL has to be in a specific folder. And the DLL is always called wintab32.dll. And if you install a Huion, let's just say you install Wacom first, it'll put its wintab32DLL in that place. And then you install Huion, it will replace that WinTab and it will put its own. And those two WinTabs are not exchangeable. Like they have the same name, but one talks Wacom talk, one talks to the Huion driver. One will override the other one. So now, having said that, in theory, if your applications only use Windows Inc., then you could theoretically install Huion and Wacom, and again, you can install the driver, it's not going to blow up. And theoretically, they will still work with Windows Inc. if your applications use Windows Inc. If you're using WinTab, then the last driver wins, and applications will be able to only use WinTab with that last driver. Now that's the theory. Now I've tried this last year, and my experience was it did work with WinTab, but after about a week, something crazy happened, and I'm not sure it's because I changed settings or something, and it stopped working. So it could work if you're using Windows Inc. for everything, but that's the complication with Windows, because some apps have to use Windows Inc. and then this problem occurs, okay? I hope that helped answer this question. So you can use them together. And yeah, that is actually used to, okay. Now we get into another topic, which is Mac OS versus Windows for drawing tablets. Okay. So let me just confess to you, I think I said this many times, I worked for Microsoft for 28 years. I naturally have a predisposition to loving Windows, okay? And I hope to continue loving Windows forever. And I'm kind of a newbie on Mac OS. In some ways, Windows is actually superior for tablets than Mac OS. And let me tell you what I mean. Windows Inc. is an absolute disaster, okay? That does suck. And it creates all sorts of problems, especially Photoshop seems very sensitive to Windows Inc. problems. However, if you go look at the Reddit, the Wacom subreddit, which now I'm one of the mods, by the way, I feel like Mac OS updates regularly cause the drivers to freak out. And new drivers are needed. I don't know enough about Mac OS to know why, but I feel like that's more common. So there's a trade-off. With Windows Inc., with Windows, you get this bizarre Windows Inc. thing you have to deal with. With Mac OS updates tend more often to cause problems. And like clockwork, you'll see someone say, oh, I upgraded from whatever to Sequoia, and then things didn't work. And it's very frustrating, right? I've gone through many upgrades to different Mac OS versions. They've never broken my tablet drivers. So there is some reason it's happening. I don't know, maybe they installed something, but Mac OS right now, when I'm demoing to you all, I prefer to demo on Mac OS machines, even though I don't like Mac OS as much, because I can just plug in all my tablets. I don't need to switch around. With Windows, if I wanted to show you a Huion and a Wacom, I'd have to either use different laptops or use, I'm so scared of installing drivers, two different drivers, right? I'll do some more testing. Maybe, I'll discover a pattern where it's safe. Not safe. It'll work consistently with Windows Inc., but we'll see. We'll see. Let's take a look at the notes here. Now, some people are talking about Mac OS and resolutions. I will. It's not installed on my Mac Mini that you were seeing, but on my on my laptop and my Mac Studio, I use an app called Better Display, and you might notice that it just gives you. It just does way more than the system settings. For Mac OS, it lets you control more things. Especially useful when you're dealing with 1440p displays, because Mac OS does some weird text smoothing, and so this Better Display will fix that and just make it look sharp or sharper. Okay. Okay, so let me go back to our Movink discussion. Let me shut down this MacBook and unplug. And whoever suggested, was it an issue with the Mac Mini? I will double check after the stream how many Macs displays it supports. Okay, so let me unplug this nightmare of cables. Louis asked a question. Would using multiple Wacom tablets on Windows cause problems? Okay, fantastic question. And the answer to that is no. Because as long as you're using that one driver, you can use multiple Wacom tablets. So some of you are asking, how many Wacom tablets can you use? I have tested up to 5 Wacom tablets on the same computer. 2 Cintiq Pros and 3, an Intuos Pro and a one by Wacom, and I think an Intuos. So they work. The one thing you should be aware of though, and this is true for all drivers, and I'll just sort of demonstrate this for you. Physically, you don't need to see a screen per se. Okay, it has to deal with this operation. Right there. Plugging in a cable to your tablet. Drivers, Wacom and I think Huion and XPen are all I've observed something. What I've observed is this. They don't expect you to, they expect you to plug in a tablet very rarely or unplug it rarely. Rarely means within a 5-minute span, they're not expecting big changes. Okay, within a minute span, they're not expecting big changes. I have noticed things where if you're doing an operation like this, it's really stuck in there now, isn't it? You're unplugging and plugging and plugging and plugging, and you're doing multiple tablets real quick, they can get confused, right? So there have been 1 or 2 times on my Windows machine, I don't know if it happens on Mac OS, on my Windows machine where I was, I literally I literally did this. I unplugged it and I plugged it into something else, and the driver got weird. I just had to restart the computer and everything was okay. So if you're going to use multiple tablets, what I do is I plug them in, I take a deep breath, contemplate the universe for a moment, then I plug in the next tablet. I don't just randomly do them very quick. That's the only weirdness I've ever noticed with tablets on Windows having multiple tablets. Just don't do that. Let's see. Universal driver app for all tablet things. Well, what really needs to happen, honestly, is 2 things. Number 1, all operating systems need to have built-in tablet drivers. Windows actually does have built-in tablet drivers, but they suck. Mac OS does not have built-in tablet drivers at all. That needs to change. The reason it needs to change is that for both of them, for Windows it needs to get better, for Mac OS they need to add them, is for people who are in schools, because school IT departments don't let you add drivers, right? So that's got to get fixed. And number 2, I just want it to be a driverless install. Okay, let's just be honest. I just think it's irritating to install drivers. I think it's stupid that we live in a universe where you can plug in basically any mouse and it will work. But with tablets, it's not that same experience. And the other thing is it'll just simplify people's lives, right? Okay, Continua says, open tablet driver doesn't support pressure sensitivity. Good news for you, Continua. It does. It does support pressure sensitivity. The thing is, you need to configure it and install a plugin and something called. And I know it's a lot to absorb right now, but I'm actually going to give me a moment. Okay, and what I'm going to do is, well, first I got to find my typing thing. I made a document which is a step-by-step guide to enabling pressure with, if you're on Windows. On Mac OS it'll work already. Let me just find the document for you, please. Where's my mouse? There we go. The latest Open Tablet driver supports pressure on Mac OS. On Windows, you need that plugin. And because it can be kind of difficult to configure, I'll go ahead and paste in here in the chat. Where is the chat? These are my step-by-step instructions for installing Open Tablet driver on Windows. Okay. Mouse is way more simple function-wise. It is, because it's a relatively positioned device. It doesn't need to know about how many monitors you have. It doesn't need to know a lot of stuff. But I think, and the reason I say you need these kind of drivers are, in a lot of ways, well, how can I say this? My philosophy is simple. Operating systems like Windows and Mac OS should just be more creator friendly. And we know these devices are important for that. So if they're not working that way, if they're not built in to work like that, then it really diminishes their value. It makes user life really complicated. And I get it. Not everyone's using drawing tablets and making art or whatever, but I think it's important. I think it's important that they should invest in that. But I agree with you that it is actually, it is a much more complicated thing, actually. And they have to deal with the buttons on the tablet, which is difficult. Okay, let me take a look at something. Okay, let's get back to my, again, the theoretical topic of this stream. Okay, and we'll go back to my Movink. And water. Okay, this is the OSD. So, and let me plug it back in. So you get to control with the input source. Basically, there's two USBs on the left and right. What are you seeing? You're not seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, so we'll fix that. Sorry. Stream. I'm going to sneeze a second. That wasn't quite the robust sneeze I had planned. Let's try. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay. There we go. Okay, this is the OSD. And let me get my mouse over there. So you can control various things. You get to the OSD by plugging in somewhere. Let's hope this thing does not totally lose track of itself. Let's go to overhead. Okay. So I'll actually go and click the OSD here. Again, it's a button here. Nothing surprising here. You control the brightness with the touch. The input source is really between the port here or port here. I have to show you this with a camera. Let me turn on the brightness because it's actually kind of hard to see, isn't it? There, that's probably a little more visible. And I'll zoom in for you. How's that? And to the left. Oh, get this out of the way. And zoom in a bit more. Okay, so yeah, you can control the brightness. Input source is left to right. The display settings, for some reason I've left it on Adobe RGB, but DCI P3, Rec 709, Rec 2020, Display P3, sRGB. To be honest, I'm not a color expert, so I usually leave it on sRGB or Adobe RGB. Brightness, black level. I haven't adjusted any of these things. What is this? Tablet buttons. Okay. This controls what these buttons do. These physical buttons on the left or right. So so it says menu required, and basically you can't undo it. Means no matter what you do, I'll just go click the left one. It'll bring up a menu, okay? So both of them will always bring up a menu. But you see what happens? One of them has to, at minimum, bring up the menu. You can't make both of them not do the menu. So you can change it so that, for example, instead of that touch being going to the menu, you can change the left button to be touch on off. So let's just go ahead and do it. Normally I'd go here and click touch, which is off right now, right? But now I can set the left button, and if I click it, see, it actually did something. Now, what's weird is it doesn't give you a pop-up that says, hey, touch is on, right? Which would be kind of nice, touch is on. If I turned it off? Maybe I'm just crazy here. Yeah, I turned it off, there we go. It really should pop that up. Let me check the comments here. Nick, I've not really used macOS with touch so much, but my experience matches yours. It doesn't seem like it works great, right? Even the drivers with Wacom don't seem like it makes it work great. And you saw some of that earlier when I was like having trouble rotating, and like it was just weirdly hypersensitive to what I was doing. The thing I always tell people is on a Mac OS, when you get a device like this that supports touch, one's natural inclination is, because everyone's using an iPad or a phone with touch now, is that, oh, touch will work great because my iPhone or iPad works great with touch. Totally not the case. Mac OS touch has been subpar. Windows is much better because Windows has been focused on touch for a very long time. Let's see what else we have on the OSD here. Other settings. You can change the menu trend. Nothing really crazy here. I don't think you'd ever change these things. Then we have the display saving, which I think is a toggle. Yeah. I don't exactly know what display saving does, but there was a video I found on YouTube with two Wacom engineers saying that they did something to preserve the life of this tablet. On the topic of life, I will tell you, actually, I just noticed something I want to comment on. You probably at this very second are seeing some gray bars. Move down, can you see it? Light gray bars. Okay, I believe this is due to something called PWM. I actually cannot remember what PWM stands for, but I guess it's a kind of flickering. My eyes do not see that. That is just an artifact of the camera being used with this thing, okay? So if you're seeing that wave of gray lines, a human eye does not see it, or at least my human eyes don't see it. That's an artifact of the camera. Anyway, I was going back to these Wacom images. They said they were doing something to save the life of these OLED displays. I will say, my own personal usage, with every pen display I have, I tend to just leave them on because I often use them as monitors. With this pen display, I actually turn it off because I am a little paranoid about the lifetime of OLEDs, okay? Maybe I am behind the times and OLEDs are just perfect now and they're just as long lasting as LCDs. But I guess I'm just sort of behind the times and it's not in my head that it should be that way, okay? And another sip of water. What else did I want to show you here? Where's my mouse here? Okay. Oh, that was my notes. What else I want to show you? Display color. We did the OSD. Okay, brightness. So this is actually a relatively bright pen display. It's not, if you have an iPad or something, you're not going to find this bright. But I will tell you, I'll do it right now. You won't be able to see it because it's going to blow out the image for the camera. But I would call this plenty bright. And I would say if you're trying to draw, it just looks really good. It does look really good. I think I personally keep it, I think, more around 200, like toward the middle, which I think is more normal. I haven't really noticed any heat when I turn it up high. Maybe there will be, but in my usage, I've never noticed it. I'll leave it on. We'll check in a minute if anything changes. It is, of course, quite silent. Let's see, OLED, pointer lag. Okay, pointer lag is something we did want to talk about, wasn't it? So we want to talk about the pointer lag of, this mouse is very big. It's small. I just got these mice, actually. The older one was this huge IntelliMouse from Microsoft. Pointer lag, okay, let me find my pen and let me put this down here. Oops, I want this, okay. So, watch the pointer lag. Ignore the rectangle, okay? There is obviously some pointer lag, right? I will be honest that it seems slightly better than the Cintiq Pro 24, but not exceptional. Now, of course, this is a pretty fast stroke. I don't know if you care about pointer lag drawing this fast. At slow stroke, you'll notice just slightly, but it's pretty normal, in the normal range. It's not, pointer lag in iPad is much better. So just keep that expectation in mind. I'm gonna turn on, hey, you know what? I'm gonna turn on touch. Sometimes touch, see, I'm trying to open up this Google Chrome with touch. You can see touch is working, right? But I'm trying to click on Google Chrome and, right, touch is not always helpful. Where'd my mouse go? Okay. Oh, I apologize. I was confused. It was working, but the Google Chrome was launching another window, so sorry, touch was working quite well. I'm embarrassed. Okay, let's get back to, I think overhead. Sorry, what do I want to do? I want to go back to, sorry. I'm just trying to get that window back. There we go. There we go. Okay. And here's another thing, right? Like with touch, like you'd expect this to zoom, right? And it does kind of, but see what I'm doing? Like it doesn't always pick it up, right? So it's another like not, and look at dragging. Dragging is wild. Now this is Apple drags in a way you wouldn't expect. My two fingers are going here and they're moving up. What should happen to the page? It should go up, but it's going down or the opposite direction, right? So that's, can I change that? Is there a macOS setting? I don't know, weird. And even left and right is opposite. So like, that sucks. Yeah, the zoom is not even great. I'm gonna stick to my mouse. Okay, color display fringing. It is very hard to see here, but I will draw it for you. Okay? Imagine everything is black. Okay? And imagine the pixels are really big, okay? I don't have a square brush, but you'll kind of get the idea. If you had like some pixels, like this, like a pixel there, pixel there, pixel there, a pixel, I know these aren't, I'm really bad at drawing pixels, right? If you put your eye close to this thing, you would notice some color fringing. And by color fringing, I believe the colors I saw were kind of, it's very tiny. I want to make sure you understand that. It's very tiny. It's not intense. These pixels are big. And what you would see though, is like on one side of the black, with the black-white divide, you would see this. Let me zoom it out here. I tried taking a photo, but it didn't really come through because it's a small effect. You would see like a green fringe, a lateral green fringe like this. And on the other side, I'm exaggerating it, by the way. On the other side, you'd see a kind of a magenta fringe like this. Now, my understanding is that this is actually normal for, maybe you can see a bit better now, right? My understanding is that's actually normal for OLED displays. If you're drawing like this, like in my drawing that I've shown you, I didn't notice anything like that. You'd have to put, you can see you'd have to put your eyes up to the thing like this to notice the fringe, right? It's not something you'd notice normally, okay? And it's not related to Mac OS or Windows. It's just the way, I guess, OLED panel, or this OLED panel looks. And Koyo has a comment. Apple doesn't want to add touch support to macOS for some reason. Yeah, it's just weird. I'm sure it's deliberate. I don't think they're accidentally not doing it. I can't imagine why, right? I guess they think it's maybe just not worth it for the customer. Seems like some inverted dead zone control of that screen drag. Yeah, and I don't know how to fix it. So if someone has ideas on how to control that in macOS or something, let me know, because I haven't found anything. And we can take a look at Wacom Center and see what happens, but I haven't found a way to address it. And there's a comment here. Non-true RGB subpixel of Samsung AMOLED screen causes fringing. So I think what you're saying is this is a normal expectation for this display technology, right? Tell me if I've interpreted that correctly. Okay, let's get back now to, where did that Chrome thing? My notes. Okay, isn't that weird? I'm actually just showing you the notes this way instead of showing you the screen. But, oh God. Yeah, the touch will make me think I can drag that way, but I can't. Surface texture. Okay, my notes here say that it feels about the same as the Cintiq Pro 22 and the 27. It definitely is not slippery like an iPad, though it is smoother, right? It's definitely, and certainly the Intuos Pro has a lot of texture. It's not, doesn't feel like that at all. I would say it's maybe, I've got the Pro Pen 2 here. I don't know how to describe this, and this is going to lead into the next topic. It feels soft. Like it's not slippery, but this surface is not glass. I don't think it's glass at all. I think it's some kind of plastic, and it feels softer, and it doesn't feel bad. It actually feels nice, honestly. In fact, maybe I like it. It just feels softer than you're used to. Now, on the topic of this surface, what I noticed is this thing doesn't seem to be using the classic etched glass of a normal Cintiq Pro. I have to confirm that, but I can tell you right now, it has gotten scratched. So like something I put on it, not the pen, like the scratch is not a pen scratch. It's, I think I put something on it and there's a little bit, I don't notice it. So if you're gonna get this device, watch out for, it gets easily scratched, okay? We talked about tilt compensation. It was excellent. The pen was accurate across the entire screen. Okay, diagonal wobble. I'm going to project the screen here instead of the way I'm doing it right now. Hang on one second. Where's my pen? Okay. Let's move this up there. Okay. So take a look. I did my classic test on Windows. I drew slow strokes, then a little bit faster and fast. These are very slow strokes. A normal person would not draw it this way. 2.5 centimeters a second is pretty slow. There's really no wobble. This is excellent. And that continues to be the case across all three of the stroke speeds, right? So fantastic job here. Let's see, Toucan says, horrible touch support is holding macOS back. iPadOS is holding iPads back. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Apple is going to change though. Like they just think of these as two different tracks, right? I guess they're afraid that one, if they add touch to the macOS, it'll cannibalize iPad sales, and they can't make the iPadOS do more because it will cannibalize MacBook sales. So it's a real dilemma for them, and they're going to not change that, absolutely. Then what else was I going to say here? Get rid of this. I talked about the weight, it's pretty light. Thickness, yeah, talked about that. Touch support. Oh, cabling, okay. So cabling's great, you can use a single USB cable. Now the question is, can you use a 3-in-1 cable? This gets complicated. So, first of all, it did not have a 3-in-1 cable that came with it. There was no 3-in-1 cable for it. However, I was able to get this one. This cable was actually intended for the Wacom One pen displays, the new ones from 2023. This actually worked. I can demonstrate that for you if you want. In fact, let's just do it because it's another test I wanted to actually verify. I need my MacBook for this. And let's just do that. I want to go overhead, don't I? Overhead. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is just show you that this actually works with the older cable. I'll talk about some issues, not issues, just my experience with it. Here's the cable. This is exactly the one that was pictured. This is the one intended for the Wacom 113 Touch or the Wacom 112. And it's, how can I say this? It's got one, as you would expect, it has one USB-C end that goes to the tablet. So I'll go ahead and just plug it into the tablet in a second. It's got HDMI, and it's got, that's for display, obviously. This is for data. This USB-A is for data. And this USB-C is for power, which you can see because it has a little power symbol there, okay? So, let's test it out on this MacBook. I need to, this is going to be a little bit of a problem, isn't it? Oh, this is more of a problem. The MacBook doesn't have a USB-A slot. Give me a second. We will test it with a different computer. That does have both. Okay, I got the Samsung Galaxy Book 5 360 Pro or something like that. This has the Intel Lunar Lake processor. It's actually a 16-inch tablet. It's actually pretty nice. It has a USB-A port here, which you can sort of fuzzily see. And then it has HDMI and 2 USB-C. So this will actually work for me. Let me move the MacBook out of the way. And let's log into this thing. 1 second. I actually do like this tablet, and you know, it actually supports the S Pen, so you can draw on this screen. And even though the S Pen, it uses the Wacom CP 913, 912, 923 also work, but you know, you're not going to get a Pro Pen on this thing. Let me just quickly log out and get into my test account. 1 second. Let's see, Toucan. iPads have this M3 and 4 chips, but no apps at least. Yeah, you know, I haven't seen anything that really blew me away. I mean, it's faster than the M2 chips I had, but no app really seems to make it special. The new iPad Pros especially, it's a very good drawing tablet. The apps are either very limited or some not available at all. Yeah, I doodle more on iPads. I don't really draw so much because I like Procreate, but I don't like using Clip Studio Paint on an iPad. I've done it. It just, maybe the screen is just too small or something. And of course, Clip Studio is really not designed to be used on a tablet, though they're getting better. Oh, sorry, this thing is just crazy. No, back, come on, skip for now. Microsoft always wants, you know, I signed into a test account, and it's just always wanting to connect it to a Microsoft account. Microsoft is really obsessed with that topic these days. Okay, what do we want to do? We want to test the Movink with this device. So, do I even have Wacom? I don't have a Wacom driver installed, but that's not what we're really checking. Really checking if the overall connection works, right? So let's just try that. Like the display part's really the issue. Though I can uninstall the driver if I need to, if there is a driver. I've got a Huion driver installed, maybe. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay. Let's go overhead. So will it work or not? And I might have a better idea for this. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm not going to use this laptop. Instead, I'm going to bring a mini PC over. 1 second. It'll just be a little bit easier for me to handle. Okay, you're right. That simple mode it needs work. I would love to be able to use it. The other thing is that, how can I say this? You know, Clip Studio's UI is really designed to have a lot of stuff, a lot of chrome, as we say. And I just don't know how, even, you know, this tablet mode is kind of limited, right? And so I feel like you'd have to have a very specialized tablet mode that's really built up to make it work effectively on the way we want. And I hope they do it, honestly. Because as much as I love Procreate, the kind of things I want to draw, it just can't do a good job of. So what I got, so this is good. This actually relates to the first thing I did in the video. This is the UM870 mini PC, right? So we'll actually test this out on this mini PC. This is the actual intention of this mini PC, was to be a demo, like the Mac Mini, to be a demo computer for my streams. So actually I'm doing the thing I always wanted to do here. So I'm gonna plug in the power, and this is really light, just so you can see it. Oh, the Mac Mini's cable. Can you see it? Okay, no, hey, you know what? Oops. My Mac Mini, I accidentally pulled the power cable out. So that was fun. Okay, give me a second, I'll be right back. Well, that was embarrassing. As I was trying to show you the Mac Mini, I pulled its power cord out, and that was just stupid on my part. Okay, so it's booting back up now. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna try this device. It'll allow us to test the cable for this Movink. And let me take this cord away. For right now, we'll just use a different cord. Just to verify, people ask me, does this mini PC actually connect with the USB-C cord? So we'll actually perform that test now. I think is this the right cable? I don't know what cable that is. Oh, that's a Huion cable. Got it. Yeah, this should work. This should work. As long as it's a full-featured USB-C cable, it will actually work for this purpose. Okay, so I'm just going to, let me just log in here and we'll get set up. Okay. Let's show you what I'm seeing so you're not. right? So it's connected with just single cable to this mini PC. So everything works out fine. And let's go ahead and I have my keyboard here. And for a second, let me just divert your eyes so I can log in. So you'll just see my face for a second. Okay, I am logged in. And the first thing we'll test is just, again, does the cable actually work? And then we'll actually prove it works completely with the Wacom driver. So this is the cable for the Wacom 113 Touch and used for the Wacom 112, the newest of Wacom's consumer pen displays. And I'm connecting the HDMI now. And what is this? This is to the tablet. I hate 3-in-1 cables, by the way. I absolutely despise them, but they are necessary evil. And then I'm going to plug in the power here. Now, the power for this cable, which is weird, it's actually a USB-C, not USB-A. And they don't provide an power adapter for this. And the PC only has one USB-C port, so I'm going to plug it into a USB-C power adapter I have. You can't see it. And that should be enough first, just to make sure the display works. So let's test it out. Is it? Okay, it's getting power. That's good. Is it getting signal? It is. Okay. Now, what we didn't plug in is the data cable. Okay? The data cable is USB-A. So I'll plug that in. And does it work? Well, we don't know yet, do we? Because there's no Wacom driver, but I'm going to see if the built-in tablet drivers work. It does. It does. So even with I have the Huion driver installed, but the Windows tablet driver is actually what's doing it right now. And so it does work. The Wacom 113, sorry, the 3-in-1 cable for the Wacom 113-inch Touch and the Wacom 112 will work with the Wacom Movink. Okay? Now, the other thing we have to discover, and now for this, I'm going to have to get back to my Mac Mini to get to my notes. So I'm going to disconnect this mini PC here. Okay, let's see. Let me log into my Mac Mini again and disconnect this 3-in-1 cable. It has served its purpose in verifying it will actually work, and I'm very happy about that. And I got a chance to test out my new mini PC. Okay, great. And let me get this cable out of the way. I didn't log in yet. By the way, this is actually the longest stream I've ever done. I hope people don't mind that we're meandering a bit, but it's been kind of a wild session. Let's plug this thing back in. Everything's good. We're back in business. Okay, yeah, okay. So what I wanted to show you has to deal with, let's get back to Google Chrome here. And I wanted to talk about the cabling again. And we'll discuss Wacom just, I think, very recently released a new accessory. It's not a 3-in-1 cable, but it serves the same need. So let's just talk about it and why I might actually be getting it, which is weird because it's just weird. Let's see, I want to do not the overhead, but I think this. Yeah, here we go. I want, what's the right thing I'm thinking of? The word in my head. Oh yeah, Movink. That's right. Why can't I type? Hello? So that's weird. Let's try this one. Okay, so we'll get there. And I want to talk about the alternative 3-in-1 cable, which is, if I scroll down here, oh, where is it? Cabling, yeah. They released this thing, which is got a really weird name, the Wacom converter. $80. And it's supposed to take the place of the 3-in-1. So what do you get for $80? You get this box, right? With the word Wacom on it. And you can see how it connects to the Movink. And you don't get any cables. You just get this little box. And let's zoom in. This is how the box works. You get one USB-C, you acquire a USB-C cable that goes to your Movink, and you acquire an HDMI cable, and a USB for power and a USB for data. I have to be honest with you, this seems a little strange. I'm gonna get this device, but maybe not for the reason you think. I don't need it, but the reason I'm going to get it is the following. I think it's going to be useful for me in testing tablets because essentially I don't need to use a 3-in-1 cable, but sometimes I do need to use HDMI to just test things, right? So I think I'm actually going to get this. But it's awfully expensive for something that doesn't come with the cords. And I'll double check if it doesn't come with the cords. Yeah, take a look at this. You just get the box. You do not get the cables. For $80, you get that box. So I'm not especially happy with this, that they're doing this, to be quite honest. This seems a little strange. But I think I might actually get it, again, because it might help me do some other things. Where I don't have a USB-C port, but I have HDMI, and I think it will just convert the signal to what I need, and then I can use it with all sorts of pen displays. I don't think it's limited to working with the Movink. Okay, so is there anything else I want to talk about here? Oh yeah, the buttons. Oh, this is the clever part. And I just don't know if this is going to work. Okay. I told you there are these physical buttons, right, on the sides of the tablet. And I told you there's a little capacitive button on the tablet as well. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. Here's the button again, and then right on this side, you cannot see it. There's a little dim square. It won't light up or anything, but if I press it, it'll actually cause something to happen. Something happened, you didn't see it because it launched an on-screen thing on another display. So let me just show you what happened. I'll try to make it launch on this display if it can. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. That's what launched. Let me see if I can trigger it again. You saw that? It came on and off, right? And the other one will do the same thing on the other side. I'm just going to figure out what it's mapped to. Oh, I see it now. Okay. I found it. I got to drag it over to whichever display this is. There we go. Let me hide this and hide this. And what the hell is, what's new in PowerPoint? I don't want to know what's new in PowerPoint, dude. Yeah, okay. So let's just do it again. If I click here, now it doesn't bring up these exact menus. You can configure what these menus do. And let's just verify, is touch on right now? Touch is on. If I turn touch off, these buttons will still work. See, touch is off, but the capacitive buttons work, which is great. And you can customize these menus. Now you can't customize them in Wacom tablet properties. Oh, Nick has a question. Let me bring him up here. Nick, I have the Sense Labs Pen Display 16 right here with me, actually, right? So I think someone wanted to see a comparison between the two, so we can do that on the stream as well. And tell me if you want me to do something with the Sense Labs, right? Happy to do a little comparison if you want. And I have the driver installed already and everything. Okay, so what I was going to show you is the Wacom Center. And it's actually already launched. Oh, sorry, look on the wrong screen. Not sure why it's not coming up. No, this is one case where touch is actually useful, right? See, that was nice. That touch worked great. Wacom Center, of course, launched in the wrong place. macOS seems to forget my monitor arrangements pretty easily when I plug or unplug. And so, and here, let me just show you what the menu system is doing. So this is the Wacom Center, and what I'm going to try to do is show you how this on-screen, these menus work. So they call it an OSD, or do they, no, this is, sorry, not OSD, they call it something else. Let me remove these menus. If I can get them out of the way, there we go. So you can't see where to click, so it's a very problem. Okay, let's see, what am I trying to, you don't see my mouse correctly in the right place. Okay. Great. I think they call these express keys. What am I looking for? Touch and gestures, not this. On-screen shortcuts, that's what it is. Okay. So this is something you won't see in Wacom tablet properties. Okay, Nick has replied. Let's take a look. I've heard good new reviews about the latest 24 and 16. Sure thing, we want to hear. Okay, yeah, let's, after I get done with this, we'll talk about it, and we'll do a little demo and show you what I found. How's that? Okay, these menus that came up that you saw, I'm clicking them like that, that you can control what they do, okay? So let's try to make them do something, right? So I'm going to open up Krita, and actually let's try this. What's a good shortcut I can create? Like the switch to the pointer, the eyedropper tool, right? That kind of pretty simple kind of thing we do here. What is it in Krita? I? Or brush up and down. Let's try that. That's always an easy one to do, right? So in the Wacom Center, we'll go to these, let me close these things again. And it's complicated, I'm not gonna lie. This is really complicated. They have these express menu things, which is that circular thing. Or these are radial menus. They're called express menu and radial menu. These are probably just generic names. And you can control what they do, but I want to talk about these grid panels, right? So you can create these grid panels, and I actually created some of these myself, and you can assign them to those capacitive buttons or even the pen buttons, right? So the first question is, can I create a keypad that does, let's try this one. I want like brush up and down, okay? So let's go here. The keyboard shortcut will be, oops. I'm trying to, okay, a little confusing here. I pressed backspace. Okay, I want, right? So that's the left bracket. Where did I assign that? Let me do it to the upper left. It'll be easier for me. Left bracket, I'll apply that. Keyboard shortcut. Do I get to rename it? Name, okay, yeah. So I'll say left bracket. And then I'll change this one to be a keyboard shortcut for right bracket. Let's delete all these things. Kind of a clunky UI, I gotta tell you. Want an icon? Oh, I can have icons there too, that's cool. But I'll leave it unknown for now. So we've created this menu, or at least I've modified it. Let's just change the buttons to be more obvious. Oops. This UI is really, I'm trying to change the button colors of these two, but it's changing them down here because okay, they need some work on this. It's hard to change the button colors on the top. So this one is called what? Grid panel, sorry, I'm trying to get back here. This is called keypad. Let me give it a name. Let's call this keypad custom 1. So I actually know its name. And we're going to try to get this. Oh. Okay, Nick actually has brought up an interesting point. In Krita, you can change brush size with a shift mouse drag. You know, Nick, honestly, the truth is I forget that every time. I am so habituated to using shortcut keys or my Toolbox device. The fact that's possible with Krita, like it goes in my head and I instantaneously forget it 5 seconds after I learn it. So it's shift mouse drag. Actually, I'll try it out in a minute. Maybe this time it'll stick in my brain. But in this case, I want to use the up and down because I want to demonstrate and see if this works the way I think. And what I want to do is say, I'm hoping that this these menus let me use them without touch being turned on, because that would be really useful because they would allow me to use this as kind of like a shortcut device, not just as a drawing tablet. Even for other apps maybe, right? So let's just try it out. Let's see, I renamed it, and now I want the buttons to launch the keypad. Because now it's the next trick here is, how do I do that? So I want to go back to, see, it's confusing, isn't it? I want this button. They call these little magical capacitive buttons pen display modifier. Sorry, how do I configure it? Oh, that's the action is called pen display modifier. I want this to, oh, here we go. I want to bring up a grid panel, which is keypad custom 1. Okay, now if you see, maybe I'll show you the video with both my actual hand and, so I'm going to press on this side here. And it did bring it up, but it brought it up on another screen, which is wild. And somehow my screen changed for some unknown reason. There we go. Let's try this again. Okay. There we go. It actually brought that up. That's good. However, it keeps bringing up the keypad on the other display, which is irritating me like you wouldn't believe. That's irritating me so much right now. Nonetheless, I will move this back over. So that's another bug in Wacom software. It needs to bring it up on the display I'm actually touching, where I moved it to, right? Let me check real quickly. It looks like I have a notification in my Discord. Live stream chat. Oh, lots of interesting comments. I'll come back to that. Oh, this is interesting. Nick's telling me another option is to use virtual keyboard for shortcuts. Wacom has its own virtual keyboard, but there's always a Windows standard one, shortcut control Win O. Is there, since I'm on a Mac OS one right now, is there one for Mac OS like that? I guess it doesn't support touch, so I would never have it, right? Okay. And Wacom has a virtual keyboard? Oh, wait a second. I've never heard of that. So let's take a look. Actually, before I do that, now the question is, does this keypad respond to touch? Even when touch is off? That was my question. Because if this was true, then it'd be much easier for me to draw with it because I could rely on this for shortcuts. So does it do anything? Let's go to Krita and see if it actually, let me make the brush bigger with using the keyboard for a second. It's a very big brush. Let's see if this changes anything. No. Those buttons only work if they work only if touch is enabled. You can see the size going up and down as I press. So that's another kind of weakness, of this design. I'm going to sneeze again. If they had touch, remember, I want touch off, but when I bring this up, I want this to work. This keypad, this custom keypad. That for me would be a real killer feature because it would allow me to use Krita or Clipsheet or Paint, not have my toolbox around, and then I could just use this as a, if I wanted to change something, right? That would be super convenient. And I was hoping, as I alluded to earlier, I was hoping that in a sense, forget drawing for a second, that in a sense, I could use this feature as kind of a, has anyone used like a Stream Deck, right? Something like that, like a virtual Stream Deck where I could actually use these things to control other applications as a set of shortcuts that are virtual. So, I'll give this feedback to Wacom. They should make this work. I think it'd be really nice. So I'm a little disappointed here, but you should, if you're okay with, using the the pen, and this, let's just see if it works correctly here. Yeah, obviously if I turn touch off, it should work. Of course it will, yeah. So not bad, but you can imagine how convenient it would be to put this on, and of course it doesn't remember its position, so it went off to the other display, so that was silly. So two bugs there, I would say. Sorry, one bug, which is it shows it doesn't lock onto the screen you last opened it on. And second thing, it should support a mode where touch is enabled for that keypad, even if touch is disabled for the overall device. Kind of like how they do for the on-screen menus. So I was a little disappointed there. Okay, and let's get back to, is there anything else I want to comment on here? Yeah, this thing's totally silent, no fans, there's no headphone jack. It's too thin for VESA mounting, so you're just gonna have to use a normal stand. And it does not come with any kind of stand. Some people want to use this as a pen tablet. It does work that way. There's two ways of doing it. If you're using the 3-in-1 cable, you could disconnect the HDMI, Or in Windows, I have never done this for Mac, but in Windows you can turn off, or you can stop sending a display signal, and this will, for a second it'll say no signal, and then it'll just work like a Wacom Intuos. And that was actually one thing I wanted to do. I want to use this as a Wacom Intuos Pro, because it's actually slightly bigger than the Intuos Pro Medium and slightly smaller than Intuos Pro Large. So I thought this would be serve well as a pen tablet, believe it or not. Let's see, Mihao has a comment here. Wouldn't this feature be possible to do with auto hotkey, like the selective touchscreen? Mihao, I'm not really familiar with auto hotkey. I mean, I know of it and I vaguely understand what it does. So I can investigate it. Does it have its own menu system? At least that's what I'm getting there. Because if it does, I might actually adopt it, right? Now getting back to using this as a pen tablet, my concern here is this. Remember I told you the surface is like some kind of plastic. It doesn't appear to be glass and it gets scratched more easily. I wouldn't want to scratch this up. With the Intuos Pro, it's easy because you can get a new texture sheet and it's built for that. I would probably want to use this with some kind of protective cover maybe, or because I feel like I would scratch it up, honestly, if I was using it this way a lot. Okay. So I had a couple of comments, and we can take a look at it in a second. Does this work with a Chrome OS? Let's go get a Chromebook and try it out. Let's see. 1 second. Okay, I actually have a Chromebook with me. And I did try this out earlier. Let me just tell you which Chromebook this is. My eyes are bad, I have to get so close now. HP Dragonfly Pro Chromebook. I have to be honest with you. I don't use it so heavily right now, but this was actually one of the most impressive devices I've bought in the last several years. First of all, it's beautiful. It sounds like an ad for HP. First of all, it's beautiful, and I love the white color. Second, the battery life is really good. It isn't even one of these Lunar Lake deals or ARM processor, but like it stays cool. It doesn't have. I mean, I think I've heard its fan come on once or twice, but like it feels much more like an iPad. Sorry, what do you call it? MacBook Air, that kind of thing. It has 4 USB-C ports, which is unheard of, and I love that. I don't know if they're all Thunderbolt. I think they all are, actually. Or USB 4, maybe, because I think they all work with display, which is fantastic. That's the way USB-C ports should be. Let me log in. The other thing, actually, let me do one more thing. I want to get some... I'm going to connect my wireless mic to power because I think at some point it's going to, since it's a long stream, it might go out. Yeah, okay, let's just quickly connect. Get some power in here. Okay. So I'm just raving about this Chromebook. And I will say this, I actually really like it, and Chrome OS has really impressed me. I mean, I've been actually super impressed by it. I didn't think I'd be able to like it, but I do. I heard Google is merging Android and Chrome OS. If that's true or if that's wrong, please someone let me know. But I'm very excited. So my goal here is to see if the Movink, now by the way, let me back up. I don't actually recommend people use pen tablets with Chromebooks. It's because the driver support, it does work, but it doesn't do that, what do you call it? I haven't seen it work correctly with aspect ratio mapping. But this should actually work because this is the device you're actually drawing on. So let's see what happens. I've got another USB-C cable down here. And what do I want to do? I want to disconnect this. Let's go overhead again. Okay. The Movink is disconnected from my Mac Mini. And we're going to use a Thunderbolt 3 cable and connect it to my Chromebook. Let's see what happens. Remember, there are no drivers from Wacom or anything here. It's just what Chrome OS has itself. Also, battery life is pretty good with this Chrome OS, this Chromebook, by the way. So there's these things that say USB device detected, connect to Android, which we want to do. So I will use my hand and click that. And it's duplicating the screen. So things are a little stretched out on here. So what I'm going to do is, you can't see this, or you can just barely see it. I want to show you this clearly. When you plug this tablet in, Chromebook has a notification here that says, customize your tablet, okay? So if I click here, I just want you to notice, this is actually better than Windows, okay? It actually understands there's a thing called tablets and that you need to do things with them. So look, it says Wacom Movink 13 pad. You can customize the tablet buttons and the pen buttons. So I clicked on tablet buttons, and then it says press a button on your Movink 13 pad, and once it detects a button, it can map it to something. I'll see if this works. I don't think it actually will work the way, well, it doesn't have any buttons, so I'm just gonna skip that. Let's try pen buttons. So I'll get the pen close. I click the lower button. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. That's weird. I am pressing the pen buttons, there's no doubt. I'll try the Pro Pen 3 just in case there's something wrong with that thing. Normally, they should bring up some customization here, so that's a bit odd. That's a little odd. Okay, so let's go back, and under pen tablet, what do I want here? The displays, you can see the two displays. And then I want to see, this is actually quite nice, by the way. You can actually, the Wacom is this one. It says extended display, and I'm going to make the screen magnified a bit. Okay, there we go. It's magnified, a bit easier to see things. So does touch work? If I enable it, it should. Yeah. Let's try something. Let's try actually browsing something like my document website or something. And let me just bring up something. So I brought up my drawing tablet recommendation. Let's just see if touch works better here, automatic. See, this did what I expected, right? Now it's a little janky, right? Let's see dragging behaves correctly here. That's nice. That's actually nice. And scrolling worked correctly, so that's good. What about drawing? Let's see if I have an app to draw with here. Give me a second. Let's just see if we have one. Okay, I have Concepts, which I do love. The Concepts app is one I love. It works on lots of devices. Good for freeform sketching. Let's get it over here. And let's just see if this works the way I think it's going to work. No, I don't want to search. Let me turn off touch because, you know, it's going to kill me. Let's just open up this drawing. Hey, wait a second. Is it? It is picking up the pen. Okay, it did. Oh, let's get a new layer here. I'm trying to get a new layer. There we go. It did work. Okay. Here we go. Here's our first problem. You see what's happening here? Notice the distance. Let me change the size here. No, it's not doing what I want. It's getting, the distance is getting, see how it's getting offset? But the offset is not as bad as I get to the left side of the screen. But as I get to the right side of the screen, it's much worse. So there's some weird scaling thing that goes on here. I think this is Chrome OS's fault. It is not the fault. Absolutely, it's not the fault of the tablet. This is all Chrome OS nonsense. Oh, sorry. It could be either Concepts or Chrome OS. Let's try a different app. Let's try. Do I have High Paint here? Because that's actually a decent app, honestly. I have Infinite Painter, which is also quite nice. Let's try that one. Okay, so let me just do a couple of things here. I've just got so much junk in my drawings I've been trying. I want to just delete some of these things. Let's just delete everything we got here. Because all you're seeing is a bunch of really ugly scribbles. And bad renderings of the cute little frog called Peepo, okay? I got to get back to using this Chromebook more because I actually love it. I never thought I'd be able to just sort of use in a day-to-day sense something that wasn't Windows or Mac OS, and actually, for most things, it did work very well. Quite honestly. So here's, let's see, Create. This is Infinite Painter. And I'm going to turn on touch just to see if it responds kind of okay to it. It left a mark, which is touch is working. And you know what? That's pretty, that worked well. That worked well. Now the question is, does the pen works correctly? So the fault must not have been Chrome OS, it must have been Concepts. This feels good. This feels real good. Pretty happy with this, actually. Pretty happy. You know what? This might be able to work well for me, actually. Chrome OS plus. I do want to do a review of a video review of using Chrome OS with drawing tablets. So I'm pretty happy here. Let's try another one. Ibis Paint X. Okay, and then I don't have the full thing for Ibis Paint X, so maybe it's just like a trial. Sketchbook is there. High Paint is here, yes. High Paint is like the closest clone of Procreate you can get. Now I did actually buy the perpetual license to High Paint. Oh, that's nice. It threw an exception. It says APK exception will be exit. Okay, it's crashing out on me. It literally will. It's just freaking out. Don't allow for Ibis Paint. Let's try another app. Do I see anything else I can draw with here? I'll try Sketchbook. Oh, you know what? I'll try Magma. And Koyo says, Chrome OS is just a version of Android nowadays. I thought I think they're based on the same thing, Koyo, but I thought they were like different in so many ways. So they seem to behave differently. Yes. Do not save every 15 minutes. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've used Sketchbook, so I really don't even know if it works the way I think it does. Oh, I can't maximize it. Let's try resizable. Allow. Not all apps seem to be like understanding that they're not on a mobile device instead of something like a Chromebook. Okay, so the tracking is correct. Let's try this pen here. You know, it works really good. I have to be honest, it works really nicely. I'm pretty happy with it. Lag is the same across all, but like just the overall way the pen works is correct, and like I'm surprised it works this well, to be quite honest. So this might be a good option if you're in an environment where Chromebooks are used, then this tablet probably might work well in that environment, actually. I'm surprised. Okay, so that was that. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to demo screen 1. There we go. Oops, not that. We wanted. There we go. Oh, we talked about Chromebooks, so surprisingly well. These were the two Wacom engineers talking about. Somewhere in this video, they talk about what they did to make the Wacom Movink OLED screen last longer. I didn't understand what they said. It wasn't totally clear, but they have understood this. Anything else I want to talk about here? Cabling, we got that. Okay, I think we covered the Movink pretty well. I have to update one or two of my notes. CSP on Chrome OS. Let me just see if I can find it in the store here. What's it called? Play Store. I hate that they call it Play Store. I just want to type in the word store, right? No thanks. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm trying to get. How do I search in this thing? Oh, search. Is Clip Studio Paint on Chromebook? It's searching now. I'm really curious what it's going to say. Oh, I have it installed. I just haven't. Let's just see what happens if I install it here. Or update it. It's updating. Let's see if it does anything. I don't know if I actually added my license to it. Maybe it'll actually work, at least in a trial sense. Because of course I would like to use Clip Studio Paint, wouldn't I? Let me close my other apps. Concepts. Can I close Concepts? How do you close an app on Chrome OS? Actually, you know what's interesting? Oh, I see. I just held down the button. Close that. Close this. Close this. And open Clip Studio Paint. And I'll put back overhead to show what's going on here. Please help us, blah, blah, blah. No notifications, please. Oh, this is new. To me, it's new. Has anyone seen this before? Let me get this big. Okay, sign up and get 3 months free. Not gonna do that. I've already got 2 subscriptions. Use existing plan. I don't wanna use those for this because it's temporary. Launch in doodle mode. Is this new? I've never seen this before. I normally just, don't pay attention to this dialogue. You cannot save or export in doodle mode. Hey, if that's the case, then this works great for me. I can actually do some testing without going, oh, this is fantastic. And it's even version 4.0. That was the update. Let's close it. Right now, I'm very happy. Because, me and Clip Studio Paint are buddies. Okay, let's see. Doodle mode. Yeah, I get it. I get it in doodle mode. Okay. First of all, thank you to Celsius, who makes Clip Studio Paint, for adding doodle mode. This makes it so much simpler to deal with these kind of problems. Okay, let me tell you what I'm noticing. You might have seen it. Let me zoom in here. Again, this is not a problem with the Movink. This is, I think, the problem with Clip Studio. I'm trying to figure out where you can see it. Do you see the nib is in one place, but where it's drawing is slightly, 10 pixels to the right. And if I draw over here, I think the effect is more pronounced. So there is some, let's see if I hit tab here and zoom in. Do I still get the same problem? Okay. Let's try it again here. It's to the right. Is it as much to the right over here on the right side? Yeah, there's just a constant displacement of the cursor. So there's a little bit of problem with Clip Studio Paint on this thing. But other than that, this thing works fine. Actually, I'm pretty happy. So Clip Studio Paint and the Concepts app seem to have a little bit of problems. But it feels great. Let me make the brush size bigger. Yeah, this is great. I'm actually glad we got a chance to do this because I'll have to explore Chromebook with pen displays a bit more. So that's good to see that. Okay, I think we covered all our Movink stuff. There were some questions about Sense Labs tablet. So who was it? Was it Nick maybe? Oh, who had these questions? Yeah, let's give the Sense Labs Pen Display 16 a quick mention. Let me. Hey, you know what? Here's an idea. Let me unplug this Movink, and I'll use the Mac Studio, the Mac Mini, but I'm curious what will happen if I just try the same thing with this device, huh? Is it the Sense Labs Pen Display 16? Is there enough power from it? Oh, there is. Okay, that's a blast. I didn't actually expect that. I thought it would not be able to power this device. Okay, so quick thoughts on this one. Let's, you know what? Let me use the Mac Mini. Let me use the Mac Mini for this because I think we're going to need to use the driver to examine it a bit more closely. Okay, where is the Mac Minis? Get the cables out of the way. And let me get this Mac Mini cable. So the first question is, will this power with a single USB-C Thunderbolt cable? And this is the third display on the Mac Mini. Let's just see what happens. Okay, it actually is working. After using the Movink, my first instinct is to touch this, but it doesn't support touch. Okay, this is me, 7 pence talking. Pro tablets need to support touch. That's my new rule, okay? I get it. I don't even use touch that often, okay? But they need to support it to satisfy Pro, if you want to call it that, okay? First reaction. It's a very nice screen. I'll just say that up front. It's very nice. I would say it does have a moderate amount of anti-glare sparkle. So if you're sensitive to that, it's not quite as much as the Canvas Pro 16 4K Plus, which has the most anti-glare sparkle I've seen. But if you're sensitive to anti-glare sparkle, this may not be the tablet for you. This is an OLED, so the blacks do appear quite, I'm sorry, what am I doing here? I'm looking at it with my eyes, and you guys can't see me do this. It looks pretty good. You know, I'm going to need the pen for this test, so give me a second. I'll get the pen. Okay, I'm back with the pens. So the SenseLabs driver is already installed. See, I'm touching, but there's no touch, right? Because I keep forgetting that since we just used the Movink for a couple of hours. Okay, overall comment, the thing looks beautiful. It feels good, which is surprising. I mean, just holding it feels good. It is almost twice as thick as the Movink. SenseLabs did not promise this would be, a thin display, but I did expect it to be a little thinner. It looks beautiful. Everything about it looks beautiful. For some strange reason, I just really liked even the edge here, which is, it feels premium is really what I'm trying to say. Surface is good. It comes with 2 pens, which is something SenseLabs introduced. Now I have 3 pens here. I just want to make sure everyone understands what's going on. Notice that 2 of the pens have this little SenseLabs logo on the bottom toward the eraser, but this one doesn't. This one came with my SenseLabs, what do you call it? The first medium pen tablet. And it's not compatible with this one, which is weird. But these are the newer pens that come with the newer tablets, the pen displays, and they do work. Now, you can see it actually works. Comparing this to a Cintiq, I would say similar level of texture, honestly. Let me make this a little, so lag is pretty typical. We'll do a quick, sorry. I need to make the screen a bit bigger, otherwise you're not gonna see what some of the things I'm looking at. So give me a second as I figure out where my mouse is. And where my display, there we go. Okay. System settings. And then we want the displays. I want the pen display. And I want, maybe this would be better. Okay, it's a little bit probably easier to see now. Okay. Lag is pretty typical. Texture's good. Let's take a quick look at precision. Just looking at it, I would say really accurate. very accurate. Tilt compensation, I'm doing this in a rush. I know you can't see all of it, but like, very good here, very good there, very good there. I would say it's very good. Tilt compensation is actually, it's actually really good. Yeah, it doesn't deviate much, pretty much on par with the Cintiq Pro and the Canvas Pro 19. As for drawing, let's get Krita up here. Oh, sorry, I want to do a little bit of arrangement of my displays too. Okay, Krita should, let me bring it over. This is the same one I was using with the Movink. Let me erase it, zoom in, and this is the right pen, yeah. This is 1,000 pixels big. Maybe you don't need it quite so big. Let's do our normal tests. And I'll make this one a bit more rushed than I did the Movink. Okay, that's almost 500. It's a little bit over 500 pixels. Now, actually, something interesting that I'm seeing here is I think that Senselabs probably has a pre-built pressure curve that makes it a bit easier to draw at the lower end of pressure because it's actually doing a better job than the Cintiq. Than the Movink and the Cintiq, because their pens are a little hypersensitive. And you can fix it with the pressure curve, but I think they've added something. Now, what I'm seeing here also, though, is a little bit of diagonal wobble. Can you see it here? Let's get my tablet tools and test this out. 1 second, I need to get my tablet testing tools. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with my tablet, my bucket of tablet testing tools. And I'm in the bucket is my standard, you can't see, there's a grid there, okay? And this is what I use to measure diagonal wobble. And you'll see me do it live. Let's take a quick look. Overhead. Okay, so we want a brush that does not change its width, okay? And for that reason, I pick, where is it? I pick a very specific brush for this one. It's a fine liner, I think. And I make sure that Size isn't controlled by pressure because we don't want size, we don't want anything changing. We want constant width right now. And we change our size here to 5. I'll zoom in if needed. Okay, so I know this is about 45 degrees. Let's do some testing. So I want to go from this dot to this dot in, what was it? 4 seconds. So I'll do 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000. A little bit slower than I expected, but let's try it again. Okay. Now we do the same thing, 45 degrees in 2 seconds. And then we do the same thing in 1 second. Okay. So you may or may not be able to see it, but I will zoom in for you so that you can see it. What do you notice? We've got diagonal wobble here on these lines, which are very slow. These are kind of medium speed. Still see some wobble, and we still see some wobble here. Now, remember, wobble is a thing, diagonal wobble is a thing that is, if you go hunting for it, you'll find it. I see wobble here, and it's pretty typical for the digitizers that Han von UG uses, okay? We want to see, it's kind of okay if wobble happens in here at slow speeds because you really have to try to get it there. You don't want to see wobble here at all because that means you'll notice it when you're drawing, okay? But that's okay, or you'll notice some of it. So the real test now is, will I personally notice it, okay, if I'm drawing? Because this is a test. Let's try it out. Like if you're drawing like this, by the way, there's no brush smoothing. If you're drawing like this, you're not going to notice it. If you are drawing slowly like this, so I know you can't always see what I'm drawing. If you're drawing slowly like this, some of what you see is me and some of what you see is wobble. Okay? Now I don't know the exact percentage. If I draw it fast, you won't see it. If I draw slower, you will see it. But again, a good amount of that's me because, there's the pen will slide a little bit, my hand itself tremors a little bit like all hands. If you're drawing at a more normal speed, you just want to encounter it. So if you encounter wobble with the device, the question is it, despite all that, is it usable? And the way we answer that question is pretty simple. Let's get our mouse here and do a little bit of undoing. Hit backspace. And we just see how much brush smoothing is required. So for this, I use weighted. Actually, let me just try basic. And let's see, does basic get rid of it? I don't think it will, given what I have done before testing this. Actually, I think basic helped a little bit. It did actually help a little bit. But not enough. Okay. What about medium strokes? Yeah, it did help, but not enough. What about fast strokes? Yeah, it didn't really help that much. So we go to weighted, and let's just try. I did it at 125, roughly speaking, for, let me turn off smoothing pressure for a second. Let's try it here. What will remove it? So at slow speeds, 125 weighted smoothing, the distance set to 125. Huge improvement, not quite gone. Let's move this up to, let's say 250. It's actually set to 261, but okay, I'm gonna have to take a look at these strokes here. Sorry, I have to pick this thing up. It's very minor. It's very minor amount of wobble. This is the amount of wobble you'd sort of expect to get, right? Or less, obviously, and some tablets do a better job. I think overall, this isn't really that much smoothing, to be quite honest. Like, if you're drawing with that much smoothing, I don't think you can feel like it's terribly slow or anything. Having said that, I'd like to see them do a better job here. And I think, again, this kind of wobble is something that I see in the Hanbon UG digitizers a lot. Not all of them. The XP Pen Artist Pro 16 Gen 2 has a little bit of it. But this also has, and I just wanted this to be a little bit better in that case. In terms of the display itself, can I change the color modes? See, I'm touching again with my fingers as if, let's get the mouse here. Let's see if I can change brightness. It looks a little, to my eyes, the color looks a little more yellow or greenish. Let me change it to sRGB. Did these even change it? I'm actually not seeing a change, to be completely honest. Is there, like, you should see a change, but I'm not seeing it. What about user mode? Sorry, let me get back here. Oh, you can't see everything I'm doing. I'm trying to change the color settings and I'm not doing a good job of it. Oh, sRGB is applied. Let's apply Adobe RGB. Did anything change? I'll be honest, I don't even see a change. Either my eyes are bad. No, I do see it. It's subtle. It's subtle. I see it on the blue, actually, not. Yeah, I did see a change. It looks slightly green. Oh, I know what it is. I know what's going on. There's a color shift. You can't see it. Let's see if I remove the brightness here. Brightness. Let's tamp it down a little bit because I think it'll help you to see it's dim to my eyes, but should be more visible to you. Okay. The color, I'm trying to look at it from the same angle you are. The color looks good when at this angle. The more I tilt, do you see it's not getting just dimmer? To me, there's a little bit of a color shift, or at least to my eyes, there is. Slightly greener, maybe. It's very natural looking head on. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's normal or not, but it looks perfect this way. I was looking at it like this, right? So it looked weird. But I think from a normal viewing angle, it looks fine. So that's what I was thinking, and maybe that's why I didn't notice the changes in the color modes either. And it is decently bright. There's no doubt about that. Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh yes, someone asked about what do you call it? pressure response. Let's see if I can get there. Oh, what am I doing? It's easier for me if I show you the screen rather than do what I'm about to do. Okay, let's take a look here. I want to show you the video where I talk about the pressure curves, or the pressure response, sorry. Where is it? Yeah, pressure range analysis. If I go here, can I make this maximized a bit? Okay. I believe I cover Sense Labs somewhere in here. Let's take a look. I only measured one of the pens though. Yeah, so this is the original Sense Labs pen. It was, I mean, you know, there's variants in pens. I found it to end at about 350, but those were the original pens that came with the medium pen tablet. I didn't measure the new V2 pens, so I can't fairly comment on these until I test the V2 pens. So maybe over the next few weeks, I'll try to do that. So overall, I thought this was decent. I can't really say I'd formulate a full opinion until I measure the pens, do a few more tests. Let me just do one more test here. Sorry, wrong pen. We're gonna see if the parallax is good, okay? And I know you can't see me do this correctly, but I'm looking at the parallax. Parallax is very good. Maybe not quite as good as the Wacom Movink, but like it's very good. And you know, there's another thing Sense Labs does, which I want to show you. I believe they have a feature which is quite interesting here. How can I show you this? Overhead. Yeah, in the driver, they have, I think, a setting that lets you tweak the accuracy. Like you can tweak the position of the pen. Let me double check. There I go, trying to touch it again. Advanced settings. Pen tip. Tilt sensitivity, eraser. I could have sworn. Is there any other settings here? Cursor offset. That's the thing I was thinking about. Let's turn it on and edit it. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Plot cursor offset. What does that even mean? Let's try to mess it up. Okay, let's try this. What is it asking me to do here? Actually, I don't know if you can control the offset cursor from the pen tip. Someone finds useful when doing detail work with the hands. Oh, I see. It sounds like you can deliberately you can displace the cursor from the tip of the pen, I guess, to deliberately make it more. Oh, I see. Okay. This took a moment to absorb. Okay. This will give you a constant displacement. So if you put it in the middle, right, the thing is going to be in the middle, right? And if you want, though, to really see the, you know, because your hand's in the way, the pen nib's in the way. And I'm right-handed, so I'm going to move it to the left. Now look what's happening there, right? So if I go back to Krita and I paint, let me apply it. Hello, Krita. Look at that offset. Isn't that wild? Well, that's deliberate. I made that happen, right? Now, theoretically, if you got, I had seen this feature. I'd never understood what they were trying to do with it. Kind of an advanced feature. Let's see if I can actually improve. It's a little bit wild here. Okay. Because I noticed the nib was, the pointer was like 1 pixel or 2 pixels away. Let's see. Okay, now I made it. It's close. I'm trying to recalibrate. That's interesting. Yeah, I actually made it a little more accurate in my way. This is a useful feature. I can understand why it's not enabled by default. I kind of wish there was sort of like arrow keys so I could just manually see it. But it's good. It's actually quite nice. Okay, I'll turn it off. Pen calibration. Oh, I'm not going to recalibrate. Okay. Overall, a decent tablet. I think the issue that you have to be aware of if you're going to get it are the diagonal wobble. Is that going to be a problem for you? And the anti-glare sparkle. I will try to measure the other two pens I have because I am curious how it compares to the Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, and the Huion PW600. What I want to see is high maximum pressure and consistent pressure response. Okay, I think that's going to wrap it up for the stream. So for those of you who are still lingering, I want to thank you. This was, I meant to be online for just a little bit of time, but actually we've been online for, I think, 5 hours. So that's quite interesting. So long stream, but a lot of fun. I'll try to keep it a bit shorter next time maybe. And I'll try to do these more regularly actually, because there's lots of topics I want to talk about. But glad we had a chance to talk about the Movink. And if anyone needs anything you want investigated on the Movink or this tablet, please let me know. And again, please join the Discord if you want to chat about drawing tablets. Michał, thanks so much for staying with me and for participating as always. You're one of the hardcore tablet people we have. And for everyone else, thank you so much. Love having these sessions with you, spending the time talking to the community. Okay, everyone have a great day, and I will see you soon, very soon actually. Thanks everyone. Let me spell everyone correctly, how's that? And I'm gonna go end the stream.